Do you have some stickers? Defense stickers.
You want exhibit stickers
Yeah,
or
correct.
identification?
Exhibit stickers.
Do you want me to fill them out or?
I'll just put them in blank and let you do it.
Yep.
Does that work out?
That's fine.
Okay. Unless you want me to put the case number on. Okay.
Nope, I'll fill them out.
All right, Circuit Court in the CRB is now in session. Member Judge Kite presiding. Just make sure your cell phone not turned off. There shall be no coming of closed session. So be seated.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Give me just a moment, okay?
it's so early, but can we go sidebar really quick?
Sure.
It's a brief housekeeping matter.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to take a brief recess. Okay, Ms. Gardner, go back with Officer Lum. Is there any of the media's attorneys present? No? What's the motion? What media outlet is represented by Ms. Mansfield? First Coast News?
First Coast News.
There was a motion to determine confidentiality. They didn't hear back from Ms. Mansfield. Can you give her a call, please, and let me know what the media's position is on it? Okay, thank you. All right, court's in recess.
Joshua. 10:40 until there's a female. Where's the manager? session.
Thank you.
Be seated.
Ms. Jeffries, thank you for getting in contact. All right, can we handle some preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, are you okay with going forward without your client?
Yes, we'll waive Ms. Gardner's appearance for this.
I believe the state has given the court an evidence list. It has 22 exhibits on it.
It has 20, Your Honor.
20, okay.
And I've spoken with defense counsel Christina
Use the
Stifler.
microphone.
Yes, ma'am. Christina Stifler and Alan Mizrahi on behalf of the state.
Thanks.
I have given defense counsel copies of the evidence list. I believe that they are stipulating to the admission of all except 2 of the exhibits. Exhibit J, which the state is by agreement not going to use for this purposes of this hearing. So that will reflect on the evidence list is not entered. I'm sorry, that's exhibit L.
L not entered.
Yes, ma'am. They're also objecting to exhibit J, and the state intends to introduce this during the hearing.
Do you want to just skip that number, or do you want to renumber?
Whatever's
Which-
easiest for the clerk.
Ms. Smith,
They haven't been numbered. so-
they haven't been numbered, okay. Then I'm just going to renumber and we can remark our exhibits, okay? Is that correct, Mr. Curdy?
Yes, Your Honor.
I've marked them by letter preliminarily and just spoke with Mr. Curdy now.
All right,
So L will not be entered, As to Exhibit J, the state's prepared to make argument if the court is prepared to hear it. That would affect the numbering, whether or not it's coming in.
Are you requiring them to lay a foundation?
No, Judge, I mean, we believe that those, what they're trying to admit, Your Honor, is a series of text messages between two individuals, KJ and a SL, I'll use initials. They don't involve Ms. Gardner. They're discussing what they believe Ms. Gardner needs, and their opinion and that discussion between two people without the involvement of Ms. Gardner is totally irrelevant to the purposes of this hearing. And frankly, you know, it's hearsay that wouldn't even be admissible at a trial.
Okay.
As a preliminary matter, this is a bond hearing under the pretrial detention statute in Arthur and its progeny. There are no rules of evidence the way there would apply at trial. Hearsay is allowed. This exhibit is relevant. The state would, number one, if we are proceeding under the rules of evidence, which don't apply at this particular proceeding, these are statements involving KJ, whom the state believes to be statements of a co-conspirator. They are relevant because Exhibits I and Exhibits I involve text messages between Ms. Gardner and her co-conspirator KJ that directly reference and relate to the messages in Exhibit J, both temporally and in subject matter. So these messages are being relayed between KJ and SL simultaneously with messages between KJ and Ms. Gardner involving topics of conversation, and the detective is going to testify to statements disclosed by KJ involving her conversations with Ms. Gardner about this information. So it is relevant to explain the context of Ms. Gardner's actual admissions and statements that the state is introducing.
It is nearly impossible.
Yeah.
I have absolutely no context.
Can we wait till the detective testifies and I'll make an appropriate
That's
objection
fine.
at the time?
Okay, so I'm gonna hold that, okay? Exhibits A through I will be marked sequentially 1 through 9. J we are gonna skip for right now. Give me just a moment. K will be marked as composite 10. M will be marked as composite 11. N will be composite 12. O will be composite 13. P will be composite 14. Q will be 15. R will be 16, S will be 17. And we're going to hold on J. Okay, you can bring her in. All right, and so is there any other issue?
No, Your Honor.
Now that you have a clarification from the media's lawyers, is there a stipulation to the defense evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I do have an unopposed motion to determine confidentiality of 2 exhibits that I'll hand to the clerk for filing at this time. Those exhibits have been marked as 1 and 2. They are letters from a medical provider and a mental health provider.
All right, and there's no objection to those?
No, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I also have Exhibit 3, which is a declaration from Andrew Wagley, a Washington State lawyer, with an order of dismissal in the extradition case for Ms. Gardner. And Exhibit 4 is an email from Hank Cox to Ms. Stifler. And Exhibit 5 is a composite exhibit that includes excerpts from a purchase agreement and deeds for 2709 Ocean Drive, Jacksonville Beach.
No objection.
Okay, those will be so entered. That is Defense Exhibit 1 and 2 will be, I've granted the confidentiality, so they shall not be disclosed.
This one tabbed is the one.
Ms. Smith, we can do a formal on that one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other housekeeping matters?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
One more housekeeping matter, Your Honor.
Okay.
On the Zoom is Mr. Angel Cortinas. He's a lawyer for one of our witnesses, John Curry. I just wanted to inform the court of his presence on Zoom.
All right, thank you. Ms. Mansfield? How are you?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
I didn't mean to put you in a bind, we need an answer.
About,
Oh, did you come over for that?
yes. I heard
Ms.
it's one for
Jeffrey?
here and I'm.
No, okay, I needed an answer. That is a defense filed, 2 exhibits that they assert are confidential in nature. They have sensitive information in it.
I believe this is what defense counsel emailed me about yesterday.
Yes,
Yes, there's no objection first because there's no time limit.
okay. I'm sorry we didn't come over.
And I know that WJXT does it because I spoke with their counsel yesterday plus as well.
Yes, thank you. I didn't mean to make you rush over.
When the court calls.
Okay. I'm trying to find the docket line of the defense motion. Ms. Smith, do you have it? So the state filed a motion for pretrial detention, and that just found it. And then we're also, for record purposes, holding the hearing on defense motion filed in docket line 70. The state indicated that they're going to go first.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The state can call the first witness.
The state calls Detective Chris Jones.
Do you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
May I adjust the podium?
Yes.
Will you please court?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Christopher Johns.
And Detective Johns, what agency are you employed with?
I work for the Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
And how many years have you been, I'm going to call it Jack's Beach PD for time's sake while we speak. How long have you been employed with Jack's Beach PD?
A little over 5.5 years.
And prior to your employment there, could you describe to the court your education and job experience?
I mostly worked in the financial industry, mostly consumer banking and investment management. I held a stockbroker's license as well as a firm principal's license, and I'm currently registered with the SEC as an investment advisor.
And with the Jacksonville Beach Police Department, what's your current role?
I'm a detective in our General Investigations Unit, which handles pretty much everything with the exception of vice or drug crimes.
So that would include homicides, armed robberies, major crimes, all the way down the line.
Yes, sir.
And did you have any special training or experience to become a detective in the General Investigations Unit?
On top of the police academy, I've attended approximately 300 hours of specialized training in criminal investigations or crime scene investigations, about 120 of that being for death investigations and homicides.
And you are the lead investigator, lead detective who was assigned to investigate the homicide of Jared Bridegan, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your initial involvement in this case. February 16, 2022, were you dispatched to a scene in which Jared Bridegan was the victim?
Yes, ma'am.
And where in Jacksonville, Duval County was this homicide scene?
I was dispatched to Jacksonville Drive and Sanctuary Boulevard, which is, it's really an on-ramp to JTB and also serves as an entrance into a neighborhood called the Sanctuary.
And when you arrived on scene, was Jared Bridegan already deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
There was a child in the vehicle with Jared. And I don't want to use her name because she's a minor child, but are her initials BB?
Yes.
And what was her relationship to the deceased victim, Jared Bridegan?
It was Jared's daughter,
Do you know approximately at the time of your arrival on scene how old she would have been?
about 2.5.
When you arrived on scene, where was BB located?
When I arrived on scene, a good Samaritan had grabbed her from her car seat, which was in the back of the vehicle, and taken them to their vehicle and covered her with a blanket.
Do you recall what BB's demeanor was like when you encountered her on scene that night?
She was very upset, crying, scared, obviously.
And the Good Samaritans relayed to you that they had taken her out of her car seat. Did you have the opportunity to observe Jared Bridegan's vehicle on scene that night?
I did.
And Jared himself was not in the vehicle.
Correct.
Can you describe for the court, in relation to where BB was seated in her car seat, what damage you observed to the vehicle?
In relation to where her car seat was, she was in the back, but at least 2 rounds struck the interior of the vehicle, one of them striking the bottom of the window seal and shattering the window. It would have been just in front of her car seat.
And I guess I didn't ask this specifically, but Jared Bridegan was pronounced deceased by the medical examiner, cause of death being gunshot wounds.
Yes, ma'am.
And from your review, were there projectiles that entered into the vehicle in which BB was in her car seat?
There were.
Did she make any statements to you or other investigators with the Jacksonville Beach PD that night?
She made mention of hearing a loud sound, boom, boom, saying that she had to take her shoes off to cover her ears, and she made mention that her daddy was sick and was on the ground and needed a doctor.
I want to skip ahead in your investigation. You obviously did many, many, many hours of investigation, many interviews in the days and weeks and months following your response to this scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you eventually were able to make an arrest in this case for the murder of Jared Bridegan?
Yes, we made 3 arrests.
And who did you arrest?
Henry Tennant, Shanna Gardner, and Mario Fernandez.
I want to speak for a moment about Henry Tennant. Henry Tennant was arrested and charged with the murder of Jared Bridegan, including the discharge of the firearm that caused his death.
Yes, ma'am.
And to your knowledge, has Henry Tennant pled guilty to his role in the murder of Jared Bridegan?
He did.
Were you present when Mr. Tennant gave what's called a sworn statement in conjunction with his plea, which outlined his involvement in Jared's murder?
Yes, I was.
What did he advise you about how it was that he came to be involved in Jared's murder?
Mr. Tennant was a tenant at one of their rental properties, and he had been approached by Mr. Fernandez a number of times, asking him if he would participate in this homicide. Mr. Tennant stated that he initially denied Mr. Fernandez's request. However, once Mr. Fernandez had agreed that they would, being Shanna and Mario, would invest $150,000 into a pallet business, he agreed to participate.
Okay, and I want to go back and ask some follow-up questions about that. When you say that Henry Tennant said Mario Fernandez requested him to participate in a homicide, what specifically was that conversation, according to Mr. Tennant?
He stated that in exchange for the money, that Mr. Fernandez would provide a firearm, and then they would contrive a plan. Initially, the plan was to kidnap Mr. Bridegan and then take him to another location and murder him.
And did Mr. Tennant advise as to what, if anything, Mario Fernandez Saldana said about why he wanted to murder Jared Bridegan?
They had initially planned, or were planning this in late 2021, and then after returning from a Hawaii trip in February, Mr. Fernandez approached Mr. Tennant and stated that this needed to happen this week. So, and if he didn't get it done, that his marriage was going to end.
Did Henry Tennant know Jared Bridegan?
No, he did not.
Had he ever seen him before the night of the homicide on February 16, 2022?
No. In fact, there were 2 instances where Mr. Fernandez took Mr. Tennant in an attempt to show him Mr. Bridegan, and both of those were failed attempts.
Other than the relationship of Mr. Tennant being a tenant of Mario Fernandez Saldana and Shanna Gardner's rental company, were you able to find in your investigation any other link or connection between Henry Tennant and Jared Bridegan?
None.
In your conversations with Henry Tennant, was Mr. Tennant able to, even before this night, describe what Jared Bridegan looked like?
Not at all.
What type of car he drove?
Nothing.
Did he know on the night that he murdered Jared Bridegan that BB would be in the vehicle with him?
He did not know that.
Detective, I'm going to draw your attention to a screen that's in your witness box. Some of these exhibits have been entered by agreement of both parties. I'm going to start with Exhibit 1. Detective, what is this?
These are articles of organization for a limited liability company named First Choice Home Rentals LLC. And the second document is an annual filing for that same LLC.
Okay, so when you say the annual filing on State's Exhibit 2, this would be the annual report of First Choice Home Rentals LLC.
Correct.
Going back to State's Exhibit 1, you have some familiarity with this from your prior experience. Who are the title holders or principals on these articles of organization?
Both Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez are listed as managing members, or which would be considered owners of the LLC.
And the LLC is First Choice Home Rentals. What was the business of this LLC as incorporated?
The business was established to manage their rental property holdings.
And these are some of the articles, the full exhibit the court will have, but under Article 5, the electronic signator on this Articles of Incorporation is Shanna Gardner. Is that correct?
I don't recall, to be honest with you.
Moving to State's Exhibit 2, this document is an annual report. What does that mean?
This is just a document that's filed every year to basically let the state know that this is still an active company and that to make any changes to the ownership or management of the company.
And this was filed in the upper right-hand corner, January 28, 2022, which was a few weeks before the murder of Jared Bridegan. And again, at the bottom, who are the still owners or signatories on this LLC?
The listed owners are Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez.
I'm turning your attention to State's Composite Exhibit 3. Detective, can you describe for the court what these documents are?
This is a bank statement from Navy Federal Credit Union that held the account for First Choice Home Rentals.
And in the exhibits the court will receive, you obtained these records via subpoena and they are accompanied by certification of records from Navy Federal.
Yes, ma'am.
And there's a red box here. Can you describe for the court what that is indicating?
The red box is indicating a transfer from a separate checking account also held at Navy Federal Credit Union. In this instance, it's stating that on March 15th, $5,000 was transferred from the Shanna Gardner Irrevocable Trust account at Navy Federal into the First Choice Home Rentals account.
And this is another exhibit on, or another page on Composite Exhibit 3, again showing that the First Choice Home Rentals LLC was getting appears to be monthly transfers from the Shanna Gardner Irrevocable Trust.
There was another transfer in April of the same amount.
And we'll come back to that trust in a moment. I'm going to move to State's Exhibit D. What records are we looking at here?
This is a PNC bank statement for Mr. Henry Tennant's account.
4. I'm sorry, Composite Exhibit 4. In your discussions with Mr. Tennant involving how he became a part of this scheme to murder Jared Bridegan, you mentioned that he was promised a payment. Can you give us any more details about what Mr. Tennant advised you that he was promised and how he would receive this money?
He was promised $150,000 in the form of investment into a pallet business.
And was this payment going to come in a lump sum or in installments?
It would be installment payments,
Was there any discussion of why that would be the case?
as to not rise any suspicion.
And moving through Composite Exhibit 4, documents for Mr. Tennant, and a portion of his standard checking statement. Okay. I'm drawing your attention to the screen now. There's a red box. Can you describe for the court what is indicated by that on this checking statement?
The statement is indicating a deposit for $2,000 on March 28th, which would be in line with the check that's in the top right-hand corner.
And this is March 28th, 2022.
Correct.
And this would be about a month and some time after the murder of Jared Bridegan.
That's correct.
And then a second red box.
Correct.
Describe what this indicates.
This is a check that was deposited on the next day, on March 29th, for $3,000, also written from First Choice Home Rentals.
Okay. And on the next slide, we see the final check and final box. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
This check was on April 6th for $5,000, written to Henry Tennant from First Choice Home Rentals.
And in the subject line, it says Kickstarter, good luck. Can you describe for the court, based on your conversations with Mr. Tennant, what this check was actually for?
Mr. Tennant stated this was the first of many payments that was supposed to be an investment into his pallet company, which was actually payment for the homicide.
Now, the prior checks, the $3,000 and $4,000, were marked for landscaping and roofing. What did Mr. Tennant say about those payments?
He stated that those payments were for legitimate work that he'd done on the rental property on Potomac Avenue.
So this was the first and the only payment he actually received from First Choice Home Rentals for the contract killing of Jared Bridegan.
Correct.
I want to talk about Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez, your development of them as suspects in this case. When you were investigating the murder of Jared Bridegan, were you able to eliminate, through investigative techniques, other potential suspects?
In the beginning, we really didn't have any suspects. We looked at everyone who might be close to the family, any relatives, spouse. And so through various techniques, we do start to kind of eliminate people who just had no reason or no capability of doing it.
During your investigation, did you do search warrants and subpoenas into Jared Bridegan and those in his immediate inner circle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you download Jared Bridegan's phones, laptops, work phones, personal devices?
We did.
And you reviewed all those records?
We did.
Did you get financial records and call detail records for Jared Bridegan?
We did.
Did you get them for his wife, Kirsten Bridegan?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get them for many people close to him in his family and inner circle?
We did.
Was there any indication through your investigation that anybody, putting aside Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez-Saldana, had any problems with Jared Bridegan or any motive to carry out the homicide of Jared Bridegan?
No, there was not.
There's no debts that he was hiding,
Nope.
no evidence of drug use that he was hiding.
By all accounts, Mr. Bridegan was a very boring person who lived a very close and religious family life. He had no debts, had plenty of money in the bank, no indications of gambling or drug habits, no affairs, and these were all things that we checked for.
Okay. And you even spoke to people who even had minor arguments with Jared over the years, just to check them out and clear them.
Correct.
So during your investigation, at some point, did you start hearing from people that you should be looking at Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez Saldana as suspects?
Almost immediately.
And how did you get information directing you to look into these individuals?
We had several people come forward who shared stories that they had heard over the years of Ms. Gardner stating that she hated Jared and could not stand the fact that she had to share custody with him, and that she wanted him dead.
And you heard this unsolicited from numerous people, not just one person.
Correct.
When you heard this information, did you investigate into the past history of Shanna Gardner and Jared Bridegan?
Yes, ma'am.
And they had gone through a pretty acrimonious divorce.
Correct.
And can you briefly describe for the court what that investigation uncovered for you?
They were divorced in 2015, and pretty much consistently between 2015 up until Jared's death, they were in court at least annually. Pretty much every aspect of the child custody was litigated and fought through mediation. It was to the degree that they no longer had any type of verbal communication about their children. Everything was done either in writing or through an attorney.
And from your investigation, were they even able to be in the same room together?
No,
How did they co-parent?
through the court.
When they went to the school, did they have separate parent-teacher conferences?
It was indicated that they had separate parent-teacher conferences, they would have separate doctor's appointments, or only one of them would attend the doctor's appointments. There was virtually nothing that they did together as far as their kids were concerned.
During your investigation, you spoke with Mr. Fernandez Saldana and Ms. Gardner. Did they tell you and corroborate this information that there was this bad relationship between them as co-parents?
Yes, much of this information came directly from them.
And from your investigation, can you describe for the court some of what you uncovered about what Ms. Gardner was trying to do through the court system in terms of Jared's ability to participate in co-parenting?
Ms. Gardner was attempting to initiate a quote-unquote social investigation or a BCF investigation in an effort to gain, if not majority custody, sole custody over the children, so that she did not have to involve Mr. Bridegan in custody issues.
What kind of things were they disagreeing over in terms of child rearing?
Everything from schedules to who could be around when the children were there, and then to more severe things such as medication, medical devices that one of the twins needed. There was little that wasn't litigated.
What about religion?
One of a big contention, which I don't think it's ever made it to litigation, Mr. Bridegan did state that he wanted to raise his children in the Mormon faith, and Shanna did not want to raise the kids. At some point, one of the twins indicated that she wanted to be baptized into the Church of Latter-day Saints, and this was very troubling for Ms. Gardner.
And when we all hear that, can you put into perspective for the court how big of an issue religion was to Jared Bridegan?
He was a devout member of his church, a very faithful person, so it would have been an extreme issue for him.
I also want to talk about Shanna Gardner's financial motivations. Earlier, we saw records from the Shanna Gardner Irrevocable Trust. Can you describe for the court, have you seen the trust documents yourself?
I have.
Can you describe for the court what the trust is and what it was, I guess, created to do?
The trust would operate as a separate entity. The trust was funded by Ms. Gardner's parents, and it was a way that they could essentially give money for the benefit of Ms. Gardner and the twins that would not be considered her personal income, And so therefore, Mr. Bridegan would not have any access to those funds. In this case, the grantors were Mr. and Mrs. Gardner, and the trustee was Mario Fernandez.
So the trust not only was something that people with a lot of money do with their money, there was also partially motivated by wanting to prevent that money from being litigated in the courts between Jared Bridegan and Shanna Gardner.
That's correct.
Had they had a history of litigating finances in addition to all the child custody issues?
Yes, during their divorce, their financial situation, especially their marital home, was heavily litigated.
And I'm turning to a portion of State's Composite Exhibit 6. Detective Johns, this is from the trust document itself. Can you describe for the court what this clause means?
This clause states that once Ms. Gardner has no more legal entanglements with her ex-husband, Mr. Bridegan, she may elect to serve as trustee of her trust, essentially giving her control over the assets inside the trust.
At the time of Jared Bridegan's death, who was the acting trustee of the trust?
Mario Fernandez.
I want to turn your attention to what we discussed earlier, that you actually spoke with Mr. Fernandez Aldana and Ms. Gardner in the course of your investigation. How many times did you speak with Shanna Gardner after the homicide of Jared Bridegan?
I spoke to her twice.
And let's talk about that first interview. Did that occur March 1st, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you speak with Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez Aldana at the Jacksonville Beach Police Station?
I did.
Okay. Did you ask them to come to the police station and speak with you?
Initially, yes, I did.
And were you speaking to many, many other people as you testified earlier? At that point, you had no suspects.
We were doing dozens of interviews.
What was the purpose of these conversations with them? Were they custodial interrogations? Were they under suspicion at that time?
Absolutely not. At that time, we were just really collecting information about who Jared was, anyone that he might have associated with. We wanted to basically know everything we could about him. Really, he was kind of the focus at that point in our investigation.
Well, what did you advise Ms. Gardner was the purpose of your conversation with her on March 1st, 2022?
I stated at that time we were doing something that we refer to as victimology.
And that would be a background investigation into the victim, in this case, Jared Bridegan.
Correct.
When you spoke with her, did you speak with her in what's called the soft interview room at Jacksonville Beach Police Station?
Correct. We have two interview areas. One of them would be what someone would maybe describe as an interrogation room. There's no soft furniture. It's very hard, very cold. This is just a room with a couch and a couple of chairs, and it's where we conduct our interview, really just more interviews versus interrogations.
And Ms. Gardner was brought to that room for her interview?
Correct.
Just like every other witness you spoke to in this case?
That's correct.
And during that conversation, just a brief overview of her demeanor and how that interview sort of began.
She was very forthcoming. It was a very typical interview. She was very talkative and provided a lot of context without a whole lot of questions being asked.
And you say provide a lot of context. What was the general tone of that context she provided?
The general tone of it was, I don't really know a whole lot about Jared now, but I will tell you how he was when we were married and what our divorce was like. Essentially, he was manipulative and caused her a lot of trauma, and then moving on to we had a terrible divorce, and then talking about how that affected the children, and so on, really.
Did she bring up at any point that Jared Bridegan was at all abusive towards her, physically or verbally?
She stated that he was, in fact, not physically or verbally abusive.
And during this conversation, part of the reason you spoke to her is that she and her husband, Mario Fernandez, and her children, A.B. and L.B., were the last people to see Jared Bridegan alive.
That's correct.
And did she give you some indication as to where everybody was in the house during the time of the homicide?
She stated that when the kids were dropped off by Mr. Bridegan, Mario was asleep and she was cooking with her earphones in the kitchen.
Did she say where he was sleeping?
I don't know that she stated that where he was sleeping during her interview, but he indicated that he was on the couch.
Did you have a second, and you also interviewed Mario Fernandez Saldana separately, but on the same date as this interview?
Correct.
I want to jump forward. April 15th, 2022, did you have a second interview with Ms. Gardner?
I did.
And how was it that you came to interview her a second time?
At that point, we were not anticipating having a second interview. We were actually approached by Mr. Fernandez. He asked if they could come by. They were receiving a lot of media scrutiny or people from their neighborhood complaining, basically accusing them of being involved in this. So Mr. Fernandez specifically wanted to know if this was something that we were encouraging or that if we were behind it. We indicated that we were not behind that. And then he just wanted to vent his frustration to what was going on. After speaking with him, we asked if Ms. Gardner wanted to come by and basically do the same thing, and she agreed to come speak with us.
Like the first interview, was this what we would call a soft interview or a custodial interrogation?
It was a soft interview.
Same interview room with the couches?
Correct.
No reading of Miranda rights?
No.
No questioning of her as a suspect?
Correct.
During this interview, describe her demeanor.
This demeanor, she was much more upset, but she was upset because she felt like she was being attacked in the media or on social media, really. And she did not feel safe leaving her home because people were recognizing her and they were basically blaming her for this homicide.
In this particular interview, did you ask her many questions?
No, not at all.
Did she do most of the talking?
She didn't.
Unprompted?
Yes.
You did ask her a question about whether she had any theories about what happened to Jared.
Towards the end of the interview, we asked if she had any theories about what she thought might have happened.
Did she?
She provided some.
And let's start there. What did she say she believed happened to Jared Bridegan?
She said that maybe it was a drug deal gone wrong or a gang initiation, and then she stated that we should look into Kirsten Bridegan.
What did she say about it being a drug deal gone wrong? What made her think that that was a possibility as conveyed to you?
She said that she had heard from friends that Sanctuary Boulevard was where you go to buy drugs in Jacks Beach.
And you're a general investigations detective with the Jacksonville Beach Police Department. Based on your knowledge and your years with the force, is that true?
I have never heard that.
Okay. What about, you mentioned gangs. What did she say about gangs?
She said that she had heard that some gangs do initiations by doing drive-by shootings like this.
Okay. And in your experience with the Jacksonville Beach Police Department, have you all ever had a gang-related drive-by shooting initiation case involving the murder of a father in a vehicle with his child at 7:50 p.m.?
I'm unaware of any of them.
In general, do you get many gang initiation shootings in Jacksonville Beach?
I'm not aware of any.
Lastly, what did she tell you about Kirsten Bridegan?
Just that we should look into her as a suspect for the homicide.
Did she give you any reasons?
Not that I can recall at this point.
All right, so she gave you these theories to potentially investigate. Presumably she was trying to be helpful.
Presumably.
Did she ever mention that you all should investigate Mario Fernandez Saldana?
No.
Did she ever mention any conversations she had had with Mario Fernandez Saldana about killing Jared Bridegan?
No.
Did she ever mention someone by the name of Henry Tennant?
She did not.
Did she ever mention anything about knowledge of a vehicle that looked like the one in the news release that Jacksonville Beach put out?
No.
Did she ever mention to you that people might come forward saying that she had said she wanted Jared Bridegan dead?
No.
Did she ever mention to you that people may come forward saying that either she or Mario Fernandez Saldana had talked in the past about hiring a hitman to kill Jared Bridegan?
No.
Was that your last contact with Ms. Gardner?
Yes, it was.
Now, after that point, you began to develop leads in your investigation, and you began to look at some point at Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez Aldana as suspects.
That's correct.
And you zeroed in on Henry Tenen and were able to identify him as a person of interest, perhaps the shooter.
Correct.
And after his arrest, you were able to obtain evidence further into his involvement, as well as the involvement of Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez Aldana.
That's correct.
I want to go through some of what your investigation revealed after you last spoke with Ms. Gardner. And for the court's information, in the state's exhibit, there's a composite 7. It's an extraction report of a cell phone belonging to a woman named Kim Jensen. Detective Johns, who is Kim Jensen in relation to Ms. Gardner?
Kim Jensen was a lady that Ms. Gardner met when she moved to Jacksonville. They were a member of the same ward or church, and they became very good friends, by all means, best friends.
Did their friendship begin before Jared Bridegan and Ms. Gardner were divorced?
No, yeah, their friendship did begin before their divorce, correct?
So she knew her when she being Ms. Jensen, knew Ms. Gardner when she was married to Jared Bridegan.
Yes, that's correct. And in fact, she knew Jared longer than she knew Ms. Gardner.
Based on your investigation, we see your text messages. At some point, did you obtain a cell phone download of Kim Jensen's phone?
We did.
And was there contact between Ms. Jensen and Ms. Gardner?
There was extensive contact on a daily basis between the two of them,
For how long?
at least going back to 2015.
And how frequent was their contact with each other?
It was numerous times a day, phone calls, text messages,
Voice notes?
all kinds of things.
And from your review of, not relevant to the homicide necessarily, but for context, your review of their contact, did they seem to have a very close and open relationship?
It would certainly appear that way.
They talk about the most intimate details of their lives,
Yes,
the most mundane details of their lives.
yes.
So we're looking at your state's composite exhibit 8. These are text messages on Ms. Jensen's phone that you found between her and Shanna Gardner dating back to 2015. And we're going to start there and work our way forward to 2022. I know it's difficult to read. Can you please describe for the court the conversation, tone, and tenor between Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen regarding Jared that began around this time period?
The context of this particular chat chain is Shanna telling Ms. Jensen that Matt is ready to come over there and to talk to him, meaning Mr. Bridegan. She said it would not get physical, and maybe then moves on to basically say, you know, that they could maybe encourage it to become physical at some point.
Ms. Stifler, what did you identify this as?
This would be state's composite exhibit 8.
8, okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, my computer decided to reset its password in the middle of this.
Okay.
In 2015, what was the status of Shanna Gardner and Jared Bridegan's relationship?
In the beginning of 2015, they were still married, and they did eventually divorce in 2015.
Moving on to page 2 of State's Composite Exhibit 8, more text between Ms. Gardner and Kim Jensen, and what are they talking about here?
Says Matt was ready to come over here today and talk to him. It wouldn't get physical yet, but I'd tell him if these things happen, X, Y, and Z, then A, B, and C will happen to him. And if he calls the cops, Matt would know, and A, B, C would happen. He said, I tell him he can thank the beautiful woman he's leeching off of that he is even still alive, because if it were up to him, he would have disappeared months ago. I told him your comment about the casserole, ha ha ha. We both had a good laugh.
Okay, and then Ms. Jensen replies, and she talks at some point in this text here about funeral potatoes. Did that phrase become relevant to your investigation?
It did. There were two phrases that kind of were a continuation during all of their text messages. One of those referred to as a casserole, also aka funeral potatoes, or then there was the phrase of doing magic.
Alright.
Sorry.
So sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Let's talk about the funeral potatoes casserole. Did these words, were they used frequently in conversations between Shanna Gardner and Kim Jensen?
Yes, they were.
And in what context were they used?
In reference to the death of Jared.
So there's more text here about funeral potatoes. These are, in fairness, everybody blows off steam when they're mad at their ex-husband.
Absolutely.
Okay. But at some point, did these texts continue and escalate to the point where they became significant to your investigation?
There was a continuation of this type of texting between them throughout their entire relationship that we were aware of, starting in 2015 through at least 2021. And I would say that the messages get much more vulgar than this.
So here we have, again, on State's Composite Exhibit 8, text messages from 2015. Shanna Gardner saying, I would happily watch them give him the lethal objection. They're talking about they would love to see him get the death penalty and they could make a casserole. And moving on, again, in State's Composite Exhibit 8, more text messages. And in these ones, there's a discussion. Can you describe to the court where this discussion develops?
These are essentially theories of what they could do to, Ms. Jensen refers to Jared as stupid.
Okay, so stupid, and we'll see that in other text messages. That was a nickname that Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen used to refer to Jared Bridegan.
Correct.
Okay. So what direction does this conversation take?
It's essentially just more about ways that Ms. Gardner is unhappy with Mr. Bridegan, that she would like for him no longer to be alive, and then they talk about casserole, and then they will move on to other things as far as how to cause his death.
These are difficult to read. This is State's Exhibit Composite 9. These are texts in 2016, and the next slide will be zoomed in a little bit. But here we see Ms. Gardner, this is the first time she brings up the word hitman in her discussions with Ms. Jensen. Can you describe for the court what this conversation centers around and how it develops?
Essentially, Ms. Gardner's upset. She says it's too late to get a hitman. I'm serious. I think Ms. Jensen is trying to kind of talk her down a little bit. And then they move on to basically where they start talking about, does she know anyone that could actually carry out this plan?
And we see that down here in the bottom. You can draw on the screen too if there's anything you want to circle. That Ms. Jensen says, I know Sue's husband knows people. Ms. Gardner replies, and then replies, I'm not even joking, I want him gone, and the conversation goes on from there. At the time they're having this conversation, and here's a zoomed in version of it, simultaneous with this conversation, did you also find text messages between Ms. Jensen and the person that they were discussing finding them a hitman in the previous slide?
Correct. So while this conversation was going on, Kim Jensen reaches out to the person that they're referring to and asks if she knows anyone that can do magic, i.e. make someone disappear, referring to, do they know anyone?
And one quick second. These text messages between Ms. Jensen and the third party are referenced in both the exhibit we just looked at and text messages that you found later, correct?
That's correct.
And in your conversations with Ms. Jensen, she disclosed to you that she reached out to this person because of her conversations with Ms. Gardner.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what's been marked by State's K as State's Exhibit 10.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, as State's J as State's Exhibit 18.
Your Honor, same objection. I don't see anything in here where Ms. Gardner is asking Ms. Jensen to reach out to Sue. I don't know how that can be, what Ms. Jensen did can be used against Ms. Gardner at this point. Again, we're talking about things that are 6 years prior to the killing of Jared Bridegan. I don't believe there's any allegation from the state whatsoever that this led to anything, or that even in the state's theory, to the death of Mr. Bridegan. It's totally irrelevant. It is so stale, and this court should not even consider it for purposes of this bond hearing. It's not relevant.
Your Honor, that
Even as a co-conspirator statement?
Are they saying that the conspiracy went back to 2016? Is that the state's argument?
Ms. Stepler?
Your Honor, the date range encompasses these text messages in the charged indictment. There are further statements leading up to the death of Jared Bridegan between these individuals. They are relevant because they show Ms. Gardner's state of mind, intent, incitement, encouragement as it relates to being a principal of first-degree murder. This is a bond hearing. The rules of evidence are loosened. There's no jury before the court. The court can give whatever weight to these text messages it deems fit based on the argument of Mr. Carodi, but his argument goes to the weight, not the admissibility. They are admissible because they are simultaneous statements to a conversation she's having with Ms. Jensen, to a third party that is then referenced by Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen about what it is they're planning to do or hoping to see done.
As far as the dates, the indictment covers a different time period for the conspiracy. I'm looking at it. As account two, the conspiracy covers one over 20.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I see it now.
Your Honor, and I would argue then we have a multiple conspiracy problem here. What are they actually charging us as a conspiracy? Because the conspiracy, I think that you have a multiple conspiracy problem.
Maybe for a jury, but why would that apply in a bond hearing?
Judge, the argument would be relevant as to purposes of this hearing, which would be, one, because there's only one capital offense on this indictment, the proof evident presumption grade, and the evidence that the state must carry with regard to that is only to the first degree murder charge. So evidence of the conspiracy, I would say, is not relevant. And then the second question would be the state's motion for pretrial detention, which is generally, is she a danger to the community or a flight risk? And I don't see how this evidence would be relevant to that either. And I don't believe there's any connection to this piece of evidence and the killing of Jared Bridegan in February of 2022.
What's the connection?
The connection goes to her intent, incitement, encouragement. Her intent that the crime be committed, which is the first element of the principal language. She's a principal of first degree murder. She wasn't the one who pulled the trigger. She's the one who set the events in motion. And the state has to prove that she had the intent, specifically that the murder of Jared Bridegan take place. So all of these statements and all of this interaction with her co-conspirators and her attempts to solicit and conspire with other individuals that failed up until the point she found the ability to complete the task with Mario Fernandez and Henry Tenen are relevant to her intent.
I guess my question would be, that's why this is admissible. Why would the conspiracy of KJ reaching out to whoever those text messages would be relevant and the connection to Ms. Gardner?
Because she attempted to bring in these individuals into her conspiracy that ultimately resulted in the death of Jared Bridegan and Mario Fernandez Saldana, as the court will hear from Detective John's testimony later in this hearing.
Judge, if the court reads these text messages that are on the screen, Ms. Gardner never asked Ms. Jensen to reach out to sue. This is Ms. Jensen on her own volition. I don't know how that intent can be imputed to Ms. Gardner.
Give me just a moment. These are hard to read. What are the timing of those other messages?
So when she and Ms. Gardner suggesting is it too late to get a hitman, she says, I know Sue's husband knows people. She says, I'm not even joking, I want him gone. That's at 1:31 p.m., 7/17/2016. The following slide shows contact between Ms. Jensen and another party on that same date at 4:33 p.m. And then states exhibit Composite 9 includes text messages on 7/19 and 7/21, in which Ms. Gardner asks Ms. Jensen, do I ask so-and-so about people? Should I ask him today? Referencing the same person that Ms. Jensen and this other third party were discussing.
Tell me the date and time of that.
That one would be July 21st and July 22nd. She asks on July 21st, do I ask X about people? I'd wait. July 22nd, can I ask M today? Let's see what H says.
Okay, give me a second.
Yes, ma'am. They're also using language in this text that's at issue, code words that they use in other discussions, such as magic, making someone disappear, etc. This conversation clearly is in context of Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen discussing, asking these people. She just reached out. It doesn't, my contention is she did ask her to reach out. When she says, Sue's husband, I know people, she says, I'm not even joking. I want him gone. That seems like the go-ahead to reach out. I think it's relevant, and the follow-up conversation they have references the conversation Ms. Jensen had with this third party. In the context of following up, let's ask these people. Following up, let's ask these people. Using the code word that she uses with the third party. It gives context to what the defendant and Ms. Jensen are discussing.
And the messages you're saying are on the same date, just
Yes,
later in
ma'am.
the time?
And these messages between Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen, they're saying things.
No, I'm saying the messages that are in question are on the same date, just later in time? You
Yes,
said
ma'am.
4 o'clock?
They were at 4:30. This conversation continues from 1:27 p.m. through 4:49:56 p.m. in which they're discussing these code words, Chris Angel, magician, disappear. The texts of the third party are in the midst of these text messages also discussing magicians and making people disappear. And then Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen in the following days reference the individuals that are connected to this third person.
Is that the one at 17? I'm sorry, 7:17 at 4:45? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am. On the third column, the first
The fourth?
four text messages. And then the first text message in the fourth column. And then the last text message in the second column, and the entire first column.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
All right, Detective Johns, I sort of did it for you. I went through these text messages. In these messages, Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen are discussing getting a hitman, not even being joking, and asking if Sue's husband is. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. And that would be Jay coming in as states 18.
All right, I'll overrule the defense objection. J will be marked as State's Exhibit 18. All right, I'm sorry. You may proceed.
And Detective Johns, we are speaking about older messages, but in your course of your investigation, did this type of discussion continue between Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen all the way up to Jared's death?
It does.
And in these messages, they use what you mentioned earlier to be another one of their favorite code words to describe Jared's killing, which would be magic, magician, disappearing act, Chris Angel.
Correct.
So here we are, it states exhibit now 18. These are text messages between Ms. Jensen and SL. And in these messages, Ms. Jensen is asking her if she knows someone, and she says, Shanna needs a guy. And what direction does this conversation take?
Basically, Ms. Jensen's reaching out to Ms. Lee and stating, hey, Shanna needs a guy who does permanent disappearing acts. And she says that she needs a magician for stupid, referring to Mr. Bridegan, and ask if she knows anyone who can basically accomplish this.
And then the messages between Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen following that conversation, do they again reference this idea of magic or magician?
Yes, they're initially talking about ways to destroy Mr. Bridegan, in reference to feeding him things that might give him a heart attack. And then Shanna makes the comment that the best time for quote unquote magic is when they're amicable.
And then here, she and Ms. Jensen are discussing the potential individuals they could contact, including someone named Matt.
Yeah, she makes reference to Matt, who she talked to earlier, who was the trainer from the YMCA that she had the alleged affair with.
Okay. We don't need to get into that for purposes of this hearing. They're referring to someone named Nick, and she says between one of those four. So we have several people, Matt, Nick, the individual that she was speaking to Ms. Lee about, and they start referring to them by code names. So M, and then the next slide, which is there are 2 days of follow-up, July 21st and July 22nd. This is Ms. Gardner in the dark gray, and she is asking Ms. Jensen, do I legit ask Matt about people? Ms. Jensen says to wait, she says nothing, and then the next day, they're again asked, can I ask M today, and to see what H says. Now these text messages, this is not the only contact that Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen are having. They're not just solely communicating by text, are they?
No, they're communicating via phone and other ways as well.
So in some of these text messages, are there points where the conversation ends and a phone call begins?
Correct.
And we're going to move on to some 2021 text messages in a moment, but I want to talk about how this kind of discussion continues with Ms. Gardner, not just with Ms. Jensen, but with other individuals. So these text messages go up through 2016. I want to discuss some of these individuals who came forward voluntarily to the Jacksonville Beach Police Department with evidence that Ms. Gardner had made similar comments to them. So let's begin in 2017. Did a relative of Jared Bridegan seek you out?
Yes, Justin Bridegan, who was Jared's brother, came to the police station. He had stated that he had also left the Church of Latter-day Saints, and when Ms. Gardner had found that out, she reached out to him and stated that she wanted to get the cousins together, and so they ended up going over to Mr. Bridegan's home, and where they're letting the kids play. During that time period, Ms. Gardner made the statement to Justin that she at times was so angry with Jared that she considered hiring a hitman to take him out.
Did he believe her to be joking? Did he say whether she said this in a joking manner?
He indicated that he thought that she was being very serious. However, due to the fact that they were divorced, and it was made in the past tense context, that wasn't something that he needed to alert the police, but he did believe her to be very serious about it.
And other than M and H and all these other individuals, did anybody come forward to you and say that Ms. Gardner attempted to solicit them to actually act as a hitman for Jared Bridegan?
Yes, during the time of their divorce, a tattoo shop owner had come forward by the name of Brad Bird. He stated that he had spent a lot of time with Ms. Gardner when she was getting her tattoos and some other things. And one night they had decided to go out for drinks afterwards. And during that time period, she stated that she needed someone to shut Jared up and asked him if he knew people who shut people up. He indicated that the way that he took that conversation was that she was looking for someone to murder her then husband.
And I also want to talk about an individual who came forward and provided a sworn statement to investigators regarding conversations she had with Ms. Gardner, specifically involving her husband, Mario Fernandez-Saldana.
I believe the conversation happened in 2017. A friend and coworker of Ms. Gardner's had come forward and stated that this happened at the time that she was just meeting Mario and they had started dating. And she stated that Shanna told her that Mario had a military background and that he could take some guys, break into Jared's house, and take care of him, and no one would ever know what happened.
Moving on to, now it's going to be State's Exhibit 10. These are text messages between Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen in 2021. And this is a sample, but are there multiple text messages in which Ms. Gardner expresses her discouragement with the child custody battle she's having with Jared Bridegan?
Yes, there are lots of examples, both verbally and written, where she is very unhappy sharing the kids with Mr. Bridegan.
And she uses language, not just, I want to use the court system, but I'll never be happy so long as they're involved or alive.
Correct.
And then again, this is a pretty lengthy message to Ms. Jensen from Ms. Gardner. And in this, she expresses that she can't bear the thought of 9 more years of fighting for custody of her children. And this is again State's Exhibit 10. So once you got this phone download from Ms. Jensen, before receiving these messages, had you spoken with Ms. Jensen about her knowledge of Shanna Gardner's involvement in the death of Jared Bridegan?
Yes, she came to the police station and we did interview her.
Did she mention any of this information when she spoke to you at the police station?
Not at all.
Did you serve her or assist in serving her with a subpoena to testify in front of a grand jury in February of 2023?
We did.
And did she appear at the grand jury and give testimony?
She did.
When you gave her that subpoena, were you also monitoring Ms. Jensen's poll records and calls?
Yes, we were.
And when she got the subpoena for grand jury, did she contact Ms. Gardner?
She did.
And actually, when she was at the grand jury, was Ms. Gardner calling her?
Yes, she was.
And what has Ms. Jensen told you about her relationship with Ms. Gardner, up and through the murder?
She stated that they were very good friends, best friends, and that basically that Ms. Jensen is kind of Shanna's like confidant.
And what did she express about her view of the Jared Bridegan versus Shanna Gardner history?
She is Team Shanna, according to her wording. She was not a fan of Jared Bridegan, and she has a lot of admiration for Ms. Gardner.
Okay, and she described herself as Team Shanna even after Jared's homicide and even after she was brought in to give testimony in grand jury and on other occasions involving Ms. Gardner's potential involvement.
That's correct.
Eventually, were you present when Ms. Jensen was interviewed in July into August of 2023?
I was.
And at that point, you had all these text messages that she had not disclosed to you.
That's correct.
And when you spoke to Ms. Jensen, with this evidence available, did Ms. Jensen give further testimony about Shanna Gardner's involvement in the planning and the homicide of Jared Bridegan?
She did.
When going to go through some of those statements. What did she tell you about her conversation specifically with Mario Fernandez-Aldana about killing Jared Bridegan?
She relayed that there were instances where he was so close that he could touch him, and Jared didn't know it.
And just to be clear, Ms. Jensen said that Shanna disclosed to her things that Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez spoke about.
Correct.
Did she say that they had several conversations, one conversation?
There were multiple conversations over a multi-year period about Mario killing or finding people who could kill Jared.
Okay. And now we'll get into the specific statements. What did Ms. Jensen say Ms. Gardner disclosed to her about Mario and her plans to kill Jared Bridegan?
She made a statement about him, like I said, having people, there were a motorcycle gang that lived behind his house that he could get to kill Jared. That there were times where Mario was so close you could reach out and grab Jared and cause his death. And then just more ways that Mario was capable and the right person to get rid of Jared.
Did she say specifically if there was a certain time or context that Mr. Fernandez-Aldana would offer to do this for Ms. Gardner?
It was typically when she would be either upset with him or when she was upset more so at something that had happened between her and Jared in regards to the children. When she would be upset about some type of custody issue or some kind of disagreement they would be in, Mario's solution was always to offer to take care of Jared.
And did Kim Jensen tell you what Shanna took take care of, I'm using quotes, to mean?
That would be to kill Jared Bridegan.
And you mentioned that Ms. Jensen disclosed that Shanna Gardner told her Mario was so close to Jared he could touch him. Did she explain what that meant? Did he actually follow him and was so close he could touch him?
Yes, there were times where he would watch his movements or, like I said, follow him and try to, develop patterns of what he did and where he went and what would be the best way to carry out some type of plan.
Did he use any phrasing to describe these moments where he could have done something to Jared Bridegan?
Missed opportunities.
Here's some of the statements we talked about. Did Mario also disclose, or did Ms. Gardner disclose to Ms. Jensen that Mario Fernandez-Aldana had followed him in a vehicle on a prior occasion?
Yes, that he had followed him from the house back to St. John's County.
And what about to the hospital?
Don't recall that one.
Did Ms. Gardner disclose to Ms. Jensen why there was a delay or some kind of reason that this plan wasn't coming to fruition at the time period they're talking about?
There was some discussion between Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen that there was a delay in killing Jared, and that was Mario's excuse was, well, it's during COVID, no one leaves their house during COVID, so therefore I can't get a hold of him if he never leaves his house.
During this meeting with Ms. Jensen, did she advise you about Shanna Gardner's knowledge of Henry Tenen?
She did. She stated that she had met Mr. Tenen and that she knew that he owned the truck that we had released to the media that we were looking for.
And to be specific, Ms. Jensen told you that she had conversations with Shanna Gardner about Henry Tenen. Were those conversations before or after Henry Tenen was charged with the murder of Jared Bridegan?
Those were before.
So before Henry Tenen was publicly named as the individual involved in the murder of Jared Bridegan, Shanna Gardner and Kim Jensen had discussions about him.
That's correct.
And they had discussions about him owning a truck.
Owning the truck. On surveillance video that we found the night of the homicide, we had identified a vehicle of interest that we believe was involved in the homicide, and that was in fact later proved to be the truck that Mr. Tenen owned.
And Ms. Jensen disclosed to you that Shanna Gardner had discussed this vehicle with her prior to Henry Tenen being arrested for murder, or knowledge that that truck belonged to him being public.
Correct.
I want to talk lastly regarding Ms. Jensen's disclosures at this meeting about what she told you about a trip to Hawaii. The Gardner family, can you describe for the court this annual kind of vacation that they were doing to Hawaii?
They have an annual family trip where they all go to Hawaii, and would appear to include all of the parents, all the children, and then their spouses and grandchildren.
And was there a trip to Hawaii in 2022 prior to the murder of Jared Bridegan?
There was a trip to Hawaii approximately a week before the murder.
And did Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez Saldana go on that trip to Hawaii?
They did.
And did they return approximately,
About 4 days before the murder.
so around February 12th, 2022?
Correct.
And did Ms. Jensen describe for you a conversation that Shanna Gardner told her she had with Mario Fernandez Saldana in the week before Jared was killed?
The text messages between the two of them would indicate that their conversation had to do with the fact that Shanna was frustrated with the marriage and that she was going to call it off with him, and that they had discussed that and that they were starting plans to do that. However, later she indicated that during that time frame, Mario stated to Shanna that Mario was going to in fact kill Jared, and that if she didn't want it to happen, she needed to speak up and say it now.
Ms. Jensen told you this, and obviously you had the testimony from Henry Tennant, that Mario Fernandez came to him the day or day of the homicide on February 16th saying he needed to do this now to save his marriage.
Correct.
Ms. Gardner never mentioned any of this information to you when she sat down with you on April 15, 2022.
No.
Is this information that would have been of interest to you as the investigator into the murder of Jared Bridegan?
Absolutely.
And instead, she actually gave you other theories that could send you down a wild goose chase.
Correct.
And I anticipate that when you're cross-examined, or when defense makes argument, that there will be some indication that Ms. Gardner said no or didn't really know Mario was serious about doing this. So I want to talk to you about her actions and some of your investigation into her actions following the death of Jared Bridegan. So start with the interviews you did with Mr. Fernandez Saldana and Ms. Gardner in March and April of 2022. Did you also do recorded interviews with Ms. Gardner's children, biological children with Jared Bridegan, who I'm going to refer to as LB and AB?
We did not specifically do those interviews. However, the child protection team at the University of Florida did.
Okay. And I know the court's familiar, but can you explain why it is that you all send children to the child protection team instead of doing interviews yourself?
We generally do not interview anyone under the age of 13. We would send them to a team that includes child psychologists or other trained individuals in a non-threatening, non-traumatic environment to conduct these interviews.
And did AB and LB come to the child protection team and give a recorded forensic interview with the child experts?
Yes, they did.
Do you recall around the date of those interviews?
It would have been a day or two after my initial interview with Shanna.
So sometime in early March of 2022.
Correct.
During the interviews with LB and AB, you obviously got an accounting from them of where everyone was in the home that night. Did you note discrepancies between their interviews and what Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez Saldana had told you?
They both, Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez stated that he was sleeping due to having a bad headache and taking some medication. Both of the kids indicated that they thought that Mario was in his gaming room, but they later stated that they never actually saw him. It was just that his game console was actively playing, so they just assumed that that's where he was at.
And Henry Tennant advised you in his sworn statement that Mario Fernandez actually was not at home playing video games or lying on the couch. He was driving the vehicle to the homicide scene to commit this murder.
That's correct.
So these children are brought to CPT to get this interview. Did Ms. Gardner accompany them?
Yes, you did.
Did Mr. Fernandez Saldana accompany them?
No, in fact, during one of the interviews, one of the children made a utterance that Mario was on his way to Canada with some friends to go camping.
Okay. And did you later get records, financial, call detail records, cell site location data to figure out if that was true or not?
We did. We got his financial records and we got his cell site data that showed that he essentially was making his way from Jacksonville to Brunswick, North Carolina, and up to Pennsylvania.
Did he go camping?
He did not go camping.
Was, based on your investigation, can you describe for the court what the nature of this trip was? Was it pre-planned, vacation, business?
I couldn't tell you what the nature of this trip was, other than the fact that he made surprise visits to some people that he barely knew, and he purchased toiletries on the way. Once he got past North Carolina and up into Pennsylvania, he was making hotel reservations as he was driving. So I would say it was not a planned trip.
And while he's making this unplanned trip up to Canada, presumably, was he in contact with Ms. Gardner by phone?
Yes, he was.
And at some point, did he cease contact with Ms. Gardner?
He was in contact with her essentially until the CPT interviews were done, and then he essentially turned around and came back home.
Moving to August of 2022, and this was a key point in your investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What happened August 18, 2022?
Mr. Ten was arrested.
And up until that point, Henry Tenen was not on anyone's radar, so to speak, until probably when?
I would say maybe a few months prior to him being arrested.
And in your investigation, what was the relationship you uncovered of Henry Tenen to Mario Fernandez Saldana and Shanna Gardner?
He lived in one of their rental properties.
And who was the owner or manager of those rental properties?
I'm not sure legally if it was Mario Fernandez or their LLC, but one of the two.
And were you able to identify Henry Tenen as a person of interest in the murder of Jared Bridegan?
Yes.
Once you did that, did you, in conjunction with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, arrest Henry Tenen on unrelated charges?
Yes. We essentially formed a plan where we would arrest him once he started driving. He's a habitual traffic offender, and that plan was executed. He was taken into custody.
I don't think people at large understand. Is this like a common technique that law enforcement does when they're investigating a crime?
Yes, it is.
Does it provide the opportunity to interview somebody who's a potential subject or person of interest?
It does.
Does it present the opportunity to obtain leads and further evidence into that person?
Yes.
So when you arrested Henry Tenen on April 18, 2022, had his name been publicly released anywhere as a person of interest?
Not at all, no.
August of 18, 2022. Had you spoken to Mario Fernandez Saldana or to Shanna Gardner about this person, or asked them any questions, or interviewed them about Henry Tenen?
Not at all.
When Henry Tenen was arrested, was he still living at that home that was run, so to speak, by the First Choice Home Rentals LLC?
Yes, he was.
When he was arrested, what did your investigation uncover about the activity between Mario Fernandez Saldana and Shanna Gardner when their tenant was arrested on a driving charge?
Right after he was arrested, the other gentleman who was living there used an associate's phone as to not be detected to call Mr. Fernandez.
And how do you know that?
He admitted to doing that.
He told you he used someone else's phone to contact Mario Fernandez Saldana to tell him Henry Tenen was arrested.
That's correct.
Okay. What did Mario Fernandez Saldana do?
This started a flurry of calls between Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez. And then Ms. Gardner then reached out to her attorney as well as her PR firm.
Okay. And I have here, is this a timeline of relevant calls for purposes of this hearing for that date, August 18, 2022.
That's correct.
MF means Mario Fernandez.
Correct.
Okay. It says here that Ms. Gardner was speaking with someone named Christopher Thomas of the Intrepid Group and someone named Linda Lucetti. Do you know who these individuals are?
I do.
And who are they?
Christopher Thomas is the owner or president of the Intrepid Group, and Linda Lucetti is a media relations consultant that often works with Mr. Thomas.
In the course of your investigation, did you identify these individuals as having been retained by Ms. Gardner during the course of this investigation to sort of help her with her PR?
Yes, that's correct.
And Intrepid Group and Linda Lucetti, are they based out of Salt Lake City, Utah?
That's correct.
And do they have some affiliation with Ms. Gardner's mother's company?
I believe one or both of them had done some work for Stamp It Up, and they were offering their services pro bono to Ms. Gardner.
What was significant to you about this type of contact on this date?
I mean, the significance to me is your tenant, who you would likely say that you had no clue was involved in this, was arrested for, you didn't know what charges at the time, yet you felt the need to alert your attorney and media consultants that your tenant of your rental property was arrested.
For driving a suspended license charge?
Right.
Did you make attempts to speak to Christopher Thomas and Linda Lucetti and other members of the Intrepid PR crisis management firm?
Myself and one of my colleagues flew to Utah in an attempt to speak with them, and they avoided us.
Can you be more specific about your attempts and their avoidance?
Well, Ms. Lucetti was running frantically around the front of her house as to hide from me so that I could see that she was in her house. Mr. Thomas was not at his office, he went to his residence, and he had his wife answer the door a couple times to avoid speaking to me.
Were you eventually able to receive evidence and statements from Chris Thomas with Intrepid Group after he retained a criminal defense attorney?
Yes, I just said you stated he hired an attorney and then contacted the state attorney's office directly.
Okay. And we'll get to the information they gave you in a moment. Moving on to states. What's been entered into evidence, States Exhibit 12. This is a text message between Ms. Jensen and Shanna Gardner on that date, August 18, 2022. It says, "I don't want anyone to know," and Ms. Jensen says, "I'm not." Can you describe for the court the context of these text messages?
I believe this was like a lunch date that was coming up, and they did not want anyone to know that their tenant had been arrested at that time.
And this text is from the date that Henry was arrested.
That's correct.
States Exhibit, Composite Exhibit 11, are these the text messages that were turned over by Intrepid PR Group?
Yes.
Okay, and
That's
this highlighted number, does that phone number belong to the associate of the Intrepid PR Group?
Yes.
And these texts are dated August 18th and August 22nd, 2022. Was there one person who was willing to speak to you when you went to Utah?
There was.
And without using her name, can you describe who she is?
She was a junior level social media manager at the PR firm.
And she no longer worked for them when you made your trip to Utah?
That's correct.
What did she tell you about the contact between Intrepid Group and their other PR associates at the time and Ms. Gardner on this date?
As soon as Ms. Gardner found out that their tenant had been arrested, she, her words, frantically was trying to reach someone with Intrepid. She couldn't get a hold of anyone else just due to the time difference. It was very early in the morning. However, this social media person answered her phone and started taking down notes to give to Chris Thomas later on.
What did she say Ms. Gardner relayed to her?
That their tenant had been arrested and that tenant owned the truck that the police were looking for.
Do moving further into State's Composite Exhibit 11, these are text messages with the Intrepid PR group. These individuals are employees of that group, correct?
That's correct.
And this is dated August 18, 2022, the date of Henry Tennant's arrest on driving on a suspended license, habitual charges. And we see here, is this green? That is Mr. Thomas, who is the, I guess, the lead on her case.
Correct.
Okay. And he said he spoke with Shanna and there were interesting developments in her case. And then moving on, ignore the language, but the last text message is August 24, 2022. Can you describe for the court what your investigation uncovered as to Mr. Thomas's knowledge regarding the charges?
Just that they weren't sure what the charges were, but it seemed to be unrelated to the truck or anything to do with Jared.
And again, at the time these messages are being sent, nobody other than the people who hired Henry Tennant would know of his existence as a link to the murder of Jared Bridegan.
Correct.
Other than Jacksonville police.
Correct.
In the court's binder of exhibits, State's Exhibit 13 is a business record showing the authenticity of Apple records received. Did you receive evidence related to an iCloud belonging to Shanna Gardner?
Yes.
And in particular, were you looking for evidence in that cloud relevant to a Ring camera that Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez Saldana had on the front of their house?
Yes, the Ring camera was located outside their front door. The day after detectives went and notified them of Mr. Bridegan's death, they asked to see or if the Ring camera had picked up anyone who might have passed by their residence. Ms. Gardner showed the Ring to the detective, and there were no recordings past the 16th.
When you received the iCloud return of Ring footage, was there anything significant to you about what was or was not there?
On the iCloud were recordings from the Ring camera that we could also tell basically that the camera's settings were to constantly record. There were videos on the iCloud that showed both vehicles passing by their residence as well as customers coming to pick up orders or Mr. Fernandez putting an order outside their door. These were all things that would have been, it appeared would have always been picked up by the Ring camera. However, on the night of the homicide, there was no activity on the Ring camera, at least in the app, indicating that it was likely that the information was either deleted or the camera was set to not record.
And you know that because what did AB and LB told you, or what did they tell you about how they entered the house that night, the night of the homicide?
They indicated that they would typically go through the garage, however the garage door was closed, so they used the keypad on the front door, which would have been captured on the Ring camera.
So based on what they told you, did you expect to see at least, at minimum, a Ring footage video of AB and LB entering the home minutes before Jared Bridegan was killed on the night of the homicide?
Based upon the past history that was located on the iCloud, we expected to find them entering the residence as well as Jared's vehicle passing by the camera.
And there was no footage of those events?
That's correct.
And in fact, on this text message on August 22nd, 2022, which is around the same time period Ms. Gardner is speaking to her PR firm about potential charges against Henry Tennant, do she and Kim Jensen have a discussion about Ring footage?
Yes, I sent a subpoena to Ring, which they were nice enough to forward to Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner.
Okay, so Ring was not supposed to do that, I'm presuming?
No.
And so she is discussing, in this particular time in the investigation, which is significant to you, she and Ms. Jensen are discussing that Ring subpoena, and if they have it, if they've given the video.
Correct. In fact, there was actually a search warrant. It wasn't a subpoena. They referred to it as a subpoena.
And then State's Exhibit 14, this is a text with Ms. Jensen also regarding the cloud, and can you describe for the court what the significance of these texts are? This is September 2022.
This is Ms. Jensen basically asking Shanna, or talking to Shanna about whether or not she still has her old additional cell phone. And then they were basically stating that without her creating a new cloud ID, all of her data would just essentially be backed up to the secondary cell phone, which would defeat the purpose of having a second phone.
And Ms. Jensen makes a comment, I was thinking about that damn cloud.
Correct.
When you received, most of the evidence that we've discussed in this hearing came from the cell phone of Kim Jensen.
That's correct.
Did you do examinations of cell phones, devices, clouds, returns for Shanna Gardner?
Yes, we did. We did cell phone downloads as well as Google and iCloud search warrants.
In the returns of those items, devices, and returns, did you find the same conversations that you had found on Ms. Jensen's phone?
Some of the conversations were there, but a lot of the conversations were not.
So like the ring cloud, or I'm sorry, the cloud of the ring footage, you were expecting to see evidence that was not present on Ms. Gardner's devices.
That's correct.
Henry Tennant was eventually arrested and charged with the murder of Jared Bridegan.
That's correct.
And do you recall the date on which that occurred, or the time period on which that occurred?
Early January 2023.
Leading up to the arrest of Henry Tennant, were there investigative techniques being pursued by the Jacksonville Beach Police Department?
Yes. During the time that we knew we were going to announce the charges against Tennant, we had also received a court order for a wire intercept.
And a wire intercept to intercept phone, text, and audio communications between Ms. Gardner, Mr. Fernandez Saldana, and other individuals of interest.
That's correct.
And that court order was you did an application and a judge granted that.
That's correct.
In order to get chatter generated, what did you all decide to do to what the phrase being trigger communications?
We decided to go ahead and have the wire in place before the charges were announced against Mr. Tennant. We did that, and then we made the announcement about the arrest or the additional charges that have been added.
And before you made the announcement about Henry Tennant's arrest, did you purposely leak information to the media that a break or an arrest was imminent?
Yes.
And did the media run with that information?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say who was going to be arrested?
No.
So the information was just that an arrest or big break was coming.
That's correct.
And Your Honor, the state has moved into evidence 15, 16, and 17, which are wired recording calls of Ms. Gardner from the Wiretap. For time's sake, I'm not going to play the entire calls. I'm just have the detective testify to the relevant portions. Beginning with call 170, which is State's Exhibit 15, what was one of the first calls that Shanna Gardner made after this leak was out and being publicized?
She was speaking with Ms. Jensen, wondering if she should give Mario a heads up about the information she'd received.
And do you remember specifically in greater detail kind of how it was that she learned of the leak and what her reaction was?
I actually don't remember how she learned of the leak.
Did she describe to Ms. Jensen how she was going to give Mario a heads up or a warning that a big break was coming?
She talked about actually using her neighbor's phone in order to call Mario to give him information about it.
And that neighbor would be Marla Rogers?
That's correct.
During the entirety of the wiretap, was this a common theme that Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen discussed that their phones might be monitored?
Yes, that's correct. She made statements about the fact that she was warned that her phone was likely tapped.
And that was January 23rd, 2023. We're going to move on to a few days later when the arrest of Henry Tennant as the person responsible for the death of Jared Bridegan, at least responsible for the actual pulling of the trigger, is released. I want to discuss a phone call that Ms. Gardner made to her public relations firm on 1/25/2023. And I've included a portion of the transcript that the monitor used here. Can you describe for the court what was significant to you about this conversation?
She said that she admitted to knowing Henry, that she had met him approximately 5 years ago, but there should be no paperwork tying him to the rental property.
At the time that she made this call, the media, did a good job. They covered this fairly quickly, but at the time she made this call, had the media yet reported that Henry Tenen was linked to Mario Fernandez-Saldana?
No.
At the time she made this call, had the media reported that Henry Tenen was a tenant to Mario Fernandez-Saldana and Shanna Gardner's LLC?
No.
So in this call, she's telling them that Henry Tenen, the person under arrest, is in fact a tenant, but there's no paperwork or payments attaching him.
Correct.
What was the reaction of the individuals with Intrepid PR Group?
Their initial reaction was, well, that must have been a long time ago, right? Like you didn't, this was not a recent payment or anything like that. However, Ms. Gardner went on to tell them, in fact, that they had given him money earlier in the year. At that point, they basically told her that they should probably stop communicating about this.
So she advised the public relations firm that she and Mario Fernandez-Saldana had paid Henry Tenen money for a pallet business within the past year.
Correct.
And discuss a call also made that day. I have the time notated wrong in here. It was at 17:27 on 125:23 between Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen. And was there another call in which she discussed Henry Tenen and monetary payment she made with Ms. Jensen?
Yeah, was essentially about whether they were was Tenen going to use the information against them to garner a better deal or throw them under the bus or to twist them as being involved in this.
Throughout the course of the wiretap, Ms. Gardner, and here again they're referencing that she might reactivate her other one. Were there discussion amongst them about using other devices, platforms, phones, etc. to contact each other?
Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen would frequently talk about whether they could use FaceTime or other applications that were encrypted to communicate so that they could not be intercepted by law enforcement.
Not to give away state secrets, but can you evade a law enforcement interception by using other platforms and devices?
Yes, you can.
The last thing I want to talk about is some of Ms. Gardner's activities following the arrest of Mario Fernandez-Saldana, which came in March of 2023 after Henry Tenen gave testimony against him. Was Ms. Gardner living in Florida during the wiretap?
Yes. Or no, excuse me, she was in Washington State.
And how did you find out that Ms. Gardner had moved from Jacksonville, Florida to Washington State?
U.S. Postal Inspector.
After Mario Fernandez-Saldana was arrested for the murder of Jared Bridegan, conspiracy and solicitation and child abuse, did Ms. Gardner remain in Washington State?
No, there was a 5-month period where she was not with her children and she was moving around.
And how did you determine that?
Mostly through cell site records.
Where did you determine that she was living?
She had rented an Airbnb in Tallahassee for a while, and then at some point had moved on to Savannah.
And during this time, she was using a secondary phone or a different phone number than the one you had associated to her?
That's correct. She had activated the day that she flew from Washington to Tallahassee. She had reactivated her quote-unquote burner phone.
And you say quote-unquote burner phone. Where did that quote come from?
When officers went to Washington to serve a search warrant, one of her children asked if we were looking for mommy's burner phone.
Detective Johns, obviously Ms. Gardner did have several phones and phone numbers during the time period of investigation prior to her arrest. And your team effectuated arrest on her in August of 2023 in West Ridgeland, Washington.
That's correct.
Why did you all make the decision to effectuate an arrest on her rather than allowing her to turn herself in?
We wanted to make sure that she did not attempt to flee. Her parents had considerable assets, and it would be very easy, given her geographic position, to get on a private jet and fly away.
When you did research into the financials of her home in West Richland, Washington, who bought that home and who paid for it?
It was purchased by an LLC that is owned by her parents.
Detective Johns, I have one on Aaron.
Yes.
Detective Johns, I'm winding down. I just want to summarize the main points of your testimony that I think are important for the court to consider. One being, where did the money that was paid to Henry Tennant to kill Jared Bridegan come from?
The money came from the trust that was established by Mr. and Mrs. Gardner.
And was that trust held in the name of Shanna Gardner?
No. Well, it was, the trust itself was named the Shanna Gardner Irrevocable Trust, yes.
And the funds from the Shanna Gardner Revocable Trust that paid Henry Tennant were moved from the trust into First Choice Home Rentals LLC.
That's correct.
And the owners of the LLC are whom?
The owners of the LLC are Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez.
And Detective Johns, of your entire investigation, was there anybody else that you uncovered with a motive of such depth and breadth as that of Miss Gardner to have Jared Bridegan killed?
No.
And in your investigation, you obviously uncovered all these trail of individuals and text messages in which Miss Gardner incited, encouraged, solicited, and asked other individuals to help find someone, procure someone to do this task.
Yes.
And Ms. Gardner, again, never mentioned any of this information to you when you interviewed her as a witness looking for helpful information in this case.
That's correct. He never mentioned anything.
And she never came forward, even over time, as all of these other events unfolded, including Mario's Fernandez Saldana's unexplained trip up north, the arrest of Henry Tennant, her move to Washington, or her moves to Tallahassee and Savannah.
Correct.
At this time, I have no further questions.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute recess.
She was there. She was looking for it when she found it. No, it's just right. I will double check. No, I can't just let it.
Yeah.
All right.
No, we just stop the audio. Sir, you tell the cell phone, he's at a court, and if you get a cell phone, you need to use it outside. Yes, sir, sir. Okay, when you need your cell phone, use it outside. Now use that court. Thank you.
What is?
Sir?
Can I change the battery on my?
Yeah, sure. Come on up.
Just spoken house.
It sounds like a phone vibrating.
Something like that.
Mind if I put this on the witness stand? Cool, thank you.
Do your thing.
All right.
I'm just security.
Well,
Taking this new gig, so it's like 70 locations.
It's like, I work with like CPR. They you read the reports that things like escalate so quickly. It's like somebody goes to next thing you know, it squats like at the door. It's so I like because they can send me stuff. Read like the account name. I would say and 2 minutes. Yeah. Oh, this is that's it. I mean, most of the cases are like because I had the video. They show up. Search for so this is good. And then it's like so there's always the gun. It's never I'm like trying to case about a gun. You know, these things. And they're all self-control. Just like swimming, just so I got first victim. It's 3 victims. It's real. You sit down like reading transcripts and it's like, I don't know what these people are talking about. It's good stuff.
You need some water?
Yeah, nothing more than maybe. Oh, there's no container there.
Is it enough water? Just in case. There's nothing. I can stick this and hold up.
Keep something from happening. That you and I never not done. It wasn't nausea. But she said the chemo's only it's when she does it. She's doing it too. Yeah. Mine would be 7 hours. I don't have 6 hours. You sit there and I said, and then they're mixing red stuff. I wish I watched you do it. Well, I haven't told told her anything definitive I can't. What's happened is that she last week. I tend to.
CRB is now back in session. Just make sure your cell phone are turned off. There shall be no talking about the closed session. Can you see it?
All right, thank you. Mr. Vice.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Detective Johns, I didn't have the benefit of knowing what you were going to say, so I'm going to bounce around. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, first let me start with some of the introductory stuff. At the time of this case, at the time of the murder, you had only been a police officer for 3.5 years.
Correct.
So you went to the police academy,
Correct.
and then I guess you did field training.
Correct.
How long did you do field training?
It's like 16 weeks.
16 weeks. Okay, so for about half a year you were basically training, correct?
Correct.
How long were you on patrol?
So I previously worked for the police department for 10 months. I left for a few years, came back. I'd been in patrol for 3 of those years. And I also served as a crime scene technician at part of that time as well.
Okay, so on this go round, how long were you on patrol?
About 3 years.
Okay, so you were a relatively new detective when this case came
Yes, sir.
to you? Okay, was this your first homicide investigation?
It was. As not as a crime scene technician, but as a detective, yes.
Okay, so what a homicide case to be your first, right? Quite a lot of attention.
Yes.
Okay, and a lot of attention comes with some pressure, right?
Yes.
Pressure to do the job right.
Sorry, Mr. Vice.
Pressure to do the job right.
Of course.
Okay, and of course that's what you wanted to do, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so, sir, I want to kind of go back and let's start with your testimony about the divorce between Jared Bridegan and Shanna Gardner.
Sure.
Now, you know, of course, well, you testified that it was a acrimonious divorce, correct?
Correct.
And that a majority of the issues that they had between the two of them were child custody issues, correct?
That's correct.
As part of your job and part of the investigation, it would have been for you to not just take people's words for it, but to actually check the docket of the cases that were involved between Jared Bridegan and Shanna Gardner, correct?
I would say that's true, but in this case, that's language coming directly from the defendant.
Okay. But, of course, you would verify that, right?
In this case, I didn't feel that I needed to verify words that I'm using that she stated. But yes, they were verified.
Okay. And who verified them? You?
I did not know.
Okay. But as this being your case, of course, the information came to you.
Yes.
And you relied on your testimony based on all the information that you gathered, correct?
Correct.
Some of which you did, some of which you did not do, correct?
That's fair, yes.
Okay, so, sir, are you aware, in fact, that a majority of the issues, well, if not all of the issues, revolved around money? And not child custody, as you testified?
I have not read all of the arguments or motions that were filed in their case. I'm solely going off of what I learned during interviews.
So, tell me if you take issue with what I'm about to tell you. You're aware that Shanna filed for divorce in February of 2015, correct?
Correct, yes.
And, in fact, it was resolved on July of 15, that same year, correct?
That's correct.
So, it's quite a quickie divorce, wouldn't you say?
I'm not sure. I don't
You've never
I don't have a lot of experience in how long divorce proceedings typically take.
You've never had the pleasure of being divorced?
I didn't say that. I just said I'm not a family law person. I don't know how long it takes.
Okay, but you would agree, you wouldn't characterize 5 months as a long, drawn-out divorce?
It would appear. I would assume that it's fairly typical.
Okay. And as included in that agreement was, of course, the parenting agreement, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
As well as custody, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. And the first issue that occurred was in January of 16, when Shanna Gardner asked for child support against Jared Bridegan, correct?
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Okay, well, you're also aware that Jared Bridegan moved to Utah in November of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
And he got a job over there, correct?
That is correct.
And it's when he was working and away from the, well, let me clarify that. Shanna Gardner stayed in Jacksonville with the children, correct?
She did, yes.
Okay, and Jared goes away to Utah, he gets a job there, and then she files asking for child support, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And are you aware that he objected to paying child support and then moved back to Florida so he didn't have to pay child support?
Yes, sir. In fact, Ms. Gardner made a statement during an interview with her that she was calling his bluff to see if he would pay the child support or come back.
Okay, and then ultimately on September of 2017, the court ordered him to pay $1,000 a month child support, correct?
Okay.
Okay. Now, subsequent to that, in January of 18, Jared filed against Shanna a petition on an issue dealing with the fact that he was paying more for health insurance for the children, correct?
Okay.
And at that point, sir, he was granted relief and his child support was reduced $65 a month. Are you aware of that?
No, it was not.
Okay. Now, subsequent to that, on February of 19, Jared filed for a modification of child support, claiming that Ms. Gardner had rental property income, so therefore she's making more money, he should pay less. Are you aware of that?
No, it was not.
Okay. So you're not aware that he's 2 weeks later subsequently dismissed it upon finding out that there were no rental properties?
The only thing I know of their proceedings are, as far as other than the dockets, are what was told to me, mostly by Mrs. Gardner.
Okay, but my question is are you aware of that?
That it was dismissed?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Then, are you aware that in April of 2019, Jared Bridegan objected to having the children in, I guess, a discovery school that was right behind Miss Gardner's house?
Yes, sir. I am aware of that.
Okay. And this is a private school, right?
That's correct.
And the person paying for this private school was Shanna Gardner, correct?
I believe it was coming from the trust.
But ultimately, she's paying for it, right?
I mean, ultimately, it would be Marta Fernandez that was paying for it.
Let me rephrase that. Mr. Bridegan was not paying for it, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So, now, and are you aware that that was ultimately resolved in August of 2019, where after having the child support reduced $65 a month, Shanna Gardner waived Jared Bridegan from having to pay any child support in exchange for them to just stay at that school?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay. And then the last dispute was in June of 2021 over the fact that there was an oxygen machine for one of the children that was in Mr. Bridegan's home, correct? You're aware of the issue with the oxygen machine?
There was an issue between where one of them had an oxygen machine. They did not want to let the other one use it, so then the other one went and bought a better oxygen machine, and then there was some dispute over if that could be used by both parties.
Okay.
Now, I don't know anything more than that, though.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Are you aware that the dispute was because Jared Bridegan did not want Ms. Gardner to have access to the oxygen machine while they went on a vacation with the children?
I don't know the details of everything to do with the oxygen machine.
You don't know that part, correct?
It was my understanding that it had something to do with the fact that Mr. Bridegan wanted to use an oxygen machine that had been purchased by Mrs. Gardner. She said no. He purchased as it was explained to me, a better oxygen machine that then Ms. Gardner wanted to use because it was a better machine. But Mr. Bridegan did not want her to use it because she already had one of her own, and but that is the extent of what I know about the oxygen machine.
But you were aware that Ms. Gardner helped pay for that oxygen machine that was kept at Mr.
I don't know the details of the payment of it.
So when you verified and checked the docket sheet of the court, did you see the court order that required Jared Bridegan to pay Ms. Shanna Gardner $571 so that he could have sole possession of the oxygen machine and not have to lend it to Ms. Gardner?
No.
So none of these issues have to do with, well, let me ask you this. You're aware that there are no further litigation going on in this divorce other than what we just covered, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So, and it's fair to say that out of all of these things, none have to do with sharing custody with these children between Shanna Gardner and Jared Bridegan.
Correct. None of the things you mentioned have to do with custody.
And none of the things in the court docket say so either, correct?
I've not reviewed the court docket.
Okay, but as a team of law enforcement detectives, you guys did that, correct?
That was done correct.
Now, and I'm sure if I'm wrong, Ms. Stifler will correct.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified about this rental property that Mr. Tennant lived in, correct?
That's correct.
And I circled, or I quoted you when you said their rental property, correct?
Correct.
And when you say their, you're talking about Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you're aware that Mario Fernandez owned that property before ever marrying Shanna Gardner, correct?
Yes.
Is that?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So that would make it his property, correct?
I don't know the terms of their marriage or what they decided to move into the LLC that they created to manage their rental property.
Well, you would agree, sir, that if you own something before you get married, that is not marital property, correct?
I'm not a law expert in family law.
All right. Now, before we get to Mr. Tennant, I want to talk about some of these text messages. You're aware that these text messages are, a majority of the text messages, and all of the text messages having to do with the hitman, are way back in 2015 and 16, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, all of the witnesses who told you about these alleged statements made by Ms. Gardner were referring back to 2015 up to 17, correct?
That's correct.
So, fair to say too, that was when the tension between Ms. Gardner and Mr. Bridegan were at its peak, correct?
I can't speak to her state of mind.
But based on what you saw from the text messages, from the investigation, from all the people you talked to, it was pretty bad early on, right?
I would assume that would be true, but I would also argue that there are sprinkles of comments made throughout the entire time period that would indicate that she had issue with sharing custody with Mr. Bridegan, or that there were things that she would be frustrated over.
Okay, I like your word, sprinkles, so I'm gonna use that, okay?
Okay.
So sprinkles are, of course, her frustrations between the drop-off schedules, different minor mundane things like that, correct? Things that they were,
It was typically custody issues,
well,
dropping the kids
more
off,
like
changing dates that they would have the visitation, where they were going to go to school, what date, who would drop them off, who would pick them up, vacations, things like that, which I would consider custody issues.
Okay, so would you mind if I correct you and say what we're talking about are more visitation issues than custody issues, right?
That's fair.
Okay, so now you would agree that as a detective you come across all kinds of people, right?
Yes.
People who are highly educated, right?
Yes.
People who aren't as much educated as well, correct?
That's true.
People from different hoods, right?
Yes.
People with different upbringing, correct? How much exposure have you had to folks from the Mormon faith?
I went to high school with some people who were Mormon, but I am not an expert in their culture.
Okay, so the extent of your exposure to that culture is that you went to high school with a couple of Mormons.
Correct.
Okay. Now, also some people, you mentioned that Shanna Gardner and KJ were very close, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, they talked about everything, right?
Correct.
And a lot of joking going on between the two of them, from what you could see?
Yes.
Okay, and it's also fair to say that they spoke about killing quite loosely and jokingly, correct?
Only when it came to Jared Bridegan.
Okay. This one. Can I mark this?
It'll be defense 6, right? Have you shown it to the?
Yes, I can.
Okay, any objection? All right, that'll be defense 6. What is it?
A series of text messages.
Okay.
Okay, I'm showing you defendant 6, Detective Johns. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let's go over these, because you said they talked about killing only during Jared. This is a text message from KJ saying, "Sure do love all the hours I spent on the phone just to find out," well, excuse me, that's the message of the body. "Just to find out one of the children's meds are now $300 a month, and that brand of nose spray isn't covered at all. Hashtag, I might kill people today." Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Then you see another text message, record 603, where it says, "So help me if I get there at 8 on Monday and I get turned away, or it doesn't happen, or I have to wait longer than an hour. I might kill someone." See that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Not talking about Jared Bridegan, right?
I don't know that.
Okay. You don't know, what about the one ahead of it, having to deal with the meds? Are they talking about Jared Bridegan?
I don't know. I don't know who she's referring to.
She's talking about meds, correct?
She's frustrated over medication, it would appear.
Costing so much, right?
Correct.
Okay, we'll go to the third one. "No worries, I'm trying not to kill the little shit." You believe, based on looking at the body of these text messages, that that they were talking about Jared Bridegan?
She might have called him that.
Well, you know that she called him stupid, right?
Yes.
You know they both called him stupid, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's how they referred to him. And you also know the context of these messages had to do with the child, correct?
That's correct.
Now, nobody killed the little shit, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so in addition to that, the next text message says, I need a break from my kids, like I'm ready to kill them. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's not dealing with Jared Bridegan, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's quite loosely spoken, correct?
Correct.
Now, everything, I guess it's fair to say, from numerous witnesses, many people told you that Shanna Gardner was an incredibly dedicated mother and loved her children, correct?
Yes.
And that her children meant the world to her,
Yes.
correct? Now let's go to the next page. I'm out of data and still no internet, TV, and Wi-Fi. I'm downloading at reverse turtle speed. I'm assuming it's the kids and how school ready they look today. Call me after work. I need to get you film for Amy's video. If I can see you today in person, I can FT you, I mean FaceTime you, and have Brad film that. We didn't go to the video, we didn't do the video on the phone, we used a real camera. So I have to figure out the splicing. I'm on hold with T-Mobile trying to get my data back from the hurricane. This is crazy. Comcast is saying they hope I have service tomorrow. I'll have killed someone by then. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next message says, could kill Enterprise. They are 30 minutes late. I call, she's like, all right, someone is on their way. Freaking kidding me? You see that?
Yes.
Jared didn't work for Enterprise Rent-A-Car, did he?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And this obviously has nothing to do with Jared Bridegan, right?
Correct.
So, I would agree, it might be unusual to use that word often, but they in fact did use those words often, correct?
Yes, I think she did use it in hyperbole at times.
And that's a lot of how Shanna Gardner speaks from the messages you reviewed, correct?
I did not review every single message she ever wrote. However, I would argue that the frequency in which she spoke about Jared was much different than the one-off messages that you've indicated here.
Prefacing your testimony with you haven't reviewed all the messages, correct?
Not in her entire phone, just during the time period.
Now, a lot of the other hyperbole she would use is talking about killing herself, correct?
I don't know. I didn't see any messages.
You never saw any messages about her killing herself?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you know that these two women, in fact, I noticed in some of the state's exhibits, when they talk about killing Jared, much of it is with an LOL followed or some other face emoji. You saw those, correct?
There are a lot of those, yes.
In fact, they like to rip Jared.
Absolutely.
Okay, and there's also comments about, there was that section with the alleged co-conspirator, KJ, and then her communicating with Sue. Oh, excuse me. Another woman by the name of Susan Lee, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you never spoke to Susan Lee, did you?
I believe one of my colleagues did.
Okay. Are you aware that there are no interviews or statements in the discovery having to deal with law enforcement speaking to Susan Lee?
No.
Okay. Did you read a report by Susan Lee where an officer spoke to Susan Lee?
No, I did not.
So she is, as you heard Ms. Stifler argue, an alleged co-conspirator, correct?
I believe she was referring to Kim Jensen.
Well, in addition to another individual, correct? This woman. Do you recall that?
I thought she was referring to Kim Jensen.
So you're the lead detective in this case, and you have text messages where they're allegedly looking for a hitman, and they call and are texting someone. You got it right there, black and white, that they're texting a potential suitor for this hitman, and you never go and talk to the person who is the alleged person who they went to go looking for a hitman?
I believe at the time that we were trying to locate her, her phone number had changed and we didn't have a good address for her. So we were not able to contact her at the time during the messages.
Okay, but just a minute ago you said that you believe one of your
I do.
fellow officers interviewed her.
I
So
did.
now you can't find her?
I need to go back and check my notes to confirm. I did think that someone did have a conversation with her, but I would need to reference that.
Do you have your notes here today?
No, I do not.
You knew you were testifying in a capital death penalty case and you didn't bring your notes?
I brought some notes, yes, but in reference to the testimony that I knew I was going to give.
Well, you knew you were going to testify about Susan Lee, right?
More in reference to Kim Jensen.
But you knew you were going to talk about Susan Lee, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't bring any notes having to do with Susan Lee?
No, I did not.
And you can't tell Judge Kite in any way, shape, or form whether any law enforcement officer from Jacksonville Police Department or, Jacksonville Beach Police Department or any of the other cooperating officers in this investigation, which included multiple law enforcement agencies, ever spoke with Susan Lee.
As you stated, there are lots of agencies and there are lots of people who are helping with this investigation. I cannot tell you right now whether or not she was talked to or whether that was in a report. That's something that I would need to look into.
Okay? Now, I want to talk briefly about the night of the murder. Staying on the text messages. Never mind, I'll drop that. Well, I wrote this down, might as well ask you about it. Some of the messages about killing Jared included feeding him lard because he had, I guess, high blood sugar or cholesterol, high cholesterol.
Correct.
So, you know that was a joke, right?
I can't speak to their state of mind.
Do you have any evidence that these women were planning on pinning him down and feeding him lard?
No, I do not.
Okay, so as a detective, you took that as a joke, right?
No, in fact, I did not.
Okay. Did you take the part about the Easter Bunny being involved as a joke?
Yes.
What about Chris Angel?
I believe they used Chris Angel to prove a point, not necessarily in a joking manner.
Okay, but you don't know that for sure, correct?
That's fair.
And in fact, that's because you don't know these two women at all, correct?
Outside of this investigation, no.
Okay. And in fact, when you spoke with KJ, she in fact told you that this was all, that's just the way they spoke, correct?
Initially, yes.
And we're gonna get to that. But basically that they sit around and they just talk, that this is kind of just the way they talk. They, I guess, have somewhat of a morbid sense of humor, correct?
Correct.
Now, and these are, as displayed by the evidence that's been submitted, a majority back in 2015, 16, and 17, correct?
That's correct.
You don't have any text messages about hiring a hitman in 2021 or anything like that, or 2020, correct?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now, again, and then I did ask you about this already. You mentioned that, I guess it was your testimony that you didn't initially look at Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez as suspects until much later on, correct?
That's correct.
And that's even though Jared's brother came in quite early on, correct?
Correct.
And told you about this alleged hitman statement, correct?
That's correct.
So, she goes to visit Jared's brother and tells him, I'm going to hire a hitman to kill your brother, correct?
Correct.
And that's also in between the time that he was telling you he had a dream that included a premonition about this case, correct?
That's correct. Well, this was after, that was a secondary meeting
Okay.
after the first
But
one.
he wanted you to follow up on leads having to do with his dream, correct? Or he thought it was important for him to tell you about his dreams.
That was correct.
Okay. And did you do any follow up on his dreams?
His dreams, the things that he referred to us were things that were already part of our investigation.
Okay. So you didn't take that seriously, I take it.
I mean, I'm not a person who analyzes dreams. He thought that they were important to him, and they were referencing things that we were aware of.
Got it. Okay, so now going back to the night of Mr. Bridegan's demise, Shanna Gardner was at home that evening, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's what your investigation led you to, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were aware that there is not a single text message between Shanna Gardner and Henry Tennant that exists anywhere on this earth, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
And of course, you never found any phone call records between Shanna Gardner and Henry Tennant at any point in time.
That's
Ever.
correct.
I'm sorry?
That I reviewed, that's correct.
Okay. How about some other officer from some other agency? Anybody else find ever a phone record between Henry Tennant and Shanna Gardner?
From all of her known devices to Henry Tennant during the time period that we looked at, there were no phone calls with Shanna Gardner.
And in fact, Henry Tennant told you that he never even met Shanna Gardner, correct?
I don't know that he said he never met her, but he did indicate that he had talked through Mario, that his main point of contact was Mario.
Well, let's be clear about that. His sole point of contact was with Mario. And in fact, the only time he ever laid eyes on Shanna Gardner was when she was sitting in a car and they waved at each other, correct?
She indicated that she had met him 5 years earlier, but I don't know the total, I don't know what their encounter was.
But fair to say, you have nothing to contradict that the only interaction this person had with that person was that they waved at each other a couple years ago. Correct?
That's correct.
Now, there is no forensic evidence that, well, wait a minute. Ms. Gardner voluntarily gave you her DNA, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's no DNA that was recovered from any of the items of evidence that came back to Ms. Shanna Gardner's DNA, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, you're convinced that, of course, that she was not anywhere near the homicide scene, correct?
That's correct.
And the dry runs that were talked about earlier, you're aware too that Shanna Gardner had nothing or was nowhere near those prior dry runs, correct?
I can't state that one way or another, but I don't have any evidence that she was a part of them.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Tennant, who you do have access to, told you that that never happened, of course, right?
He never mentioned Shanna Gardner, as far as the dry run is concerned.
And that's something as a detective you would have asked though, right?
Of course.
Okay. So fair to say she's not part of that evidence, not part of any of these other things. But let me ask you this. You mentioned this bank account and the money. You're aware that, as we covered earlier, that all the fighting between Jared and Shanna in the courts had to do with money, right?
As you stated.
If I'm wrong, she'll correct it, okay?
Okay.
Having said that, sir, you're aware that Mario Fernandez became the trustee of that trust, that irrevocable trust, correct?
Yes, sir.
So basically, he was able to move money around as needed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that account that these checks were written from, there's not one single check from that account signed by Shanna Gardner, is there?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in fact, there's no ATM withdrawals where you have Shanna Gardner pulling out money from that account, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And you're also aware that Mario had his own properties, correct?
I know that he individually owned some properties, yes.
Okay. And you also know that they kept separate bank accounts as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think it's your theory, it's the prosecution's theory that this man, Henry Tennant, committed a murder with no payment, right?
You mean he committed it?
No payment up front.
That's what he testified to.
Kind of gave the alleged co-conspirators a pass on that, right?
You have to talk to him about that.
Okay. Well, I'm sure I will one day, but as it relates to this specific piece of evidence, and then the only payment that he received was 3% of the alleged money that he was going to make off of killing an individual, off of killing Mr. Bridegan. Is that correct?
At this time, yes, that's what he said he received.
And he didn't even get that 3% until a couple months after the murder.
That's correct.
And that's when allegedly Mr. Mario Fernandez said, "Thank you for the murder. I'll just cut you a check." Right?
I don't know.
Okay. And he cut him a check for $5,000, right?
I was not present during that interaction. I can only tell you what he did receive.
But that's what Mr. Tennant told you, right?
That he had received 3 checks. The 5,000 of it was for the first payment for the homicide.
Right. And he also told you that he gave him another $5,000, but that was for work, legitimate work that he had actually done for Mr. Fernandez, correct?
Yes, sir.
So there's money going back and forth between Mr. Tennant and Mario Fernandez that's absolutely legitimate, correct?
Per his testimony, yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about this, these burner phones and the iCloud stuff. I'm going to kind of loop them together if I can. You're aware, because you read the text messages, that Ms. Shanna Gardner, during the course of your investigation, was represented by counsel, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you know that Ms. Shanna Gardner hired a very distinguished legal counsel in this community, correct?
I know she hired an attorney. I'm
You
not
aware that
personally,
he's the former president of the Florida Bar?
I'm not personally familiar with him.
Okay. And you're also aware, based on the text messages and your investigation, that he actually took Ms. Gardner's phone from her, correct?
That's what was indicated, yes.
Okay. And that he had advised her, or there's something in the text messages that mentioned getting a different phone, correct?
That she needed a second phone because her phone had been taken to be downloaded, yes.
And that is why there was the issue with the iCloud, correct? She couldn't access, she's got a new phone, so couldn't access that, correct?
That is not how I perceived it. I perceived it that she did not want things downloaded to the new phone that were on her old phone.
Okay. Fair to say, in today's day and age, a cell phone is a very intimate thing, right?
Absolutely.
In fact, we don't go anywhere without them.
Fair.
Some people's cell phones might be a little more interesting than others,
Fair.
right? And many people, if not a majority of folks, have very intimate things on their cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And that includes when they use those cell phones to have conversations with people they love, right?
Yes.
They don't want anyone listening in on their phone conversations, right?
That's correct.
And that includes people who are absolutely innocent of any crime whatsoever, correct?
That's fair.
Okay. In fact, you wouldn't want me listening in on your phone calls, would you?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You wouldn't want me going through your phone, right?
Nope.
Okay. And you wouldn't want me going through your iCloud, right?
No.
Okay. So now I want to talk about these very damning statements that you talked about that Ms. Stifler put up on the PowerPoint presentation that were allegedly told to you by KJ. When this occurred, this was after she had testified at the grand jury, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. This in fact was in July of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And this was a situation where you went to her, or law enforcement went to her and stopped her outside of a Publix, correct?
That's correct.
And you told her, you need to come with us, correct?
We served her with a subpoena.
Okay. And at that time, you wanted to drive her to the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you did that, she didn't want to go with you in your car, right?
She asked if she could drive her own car, and we indicated that she could come with us, and then we'd bring her back to her car, and she agreed to that.
And she went in her car, or she went with you?
I actually don't recall if we drove her or she drove herself.
Okay. You wouldn't know if you took her in the back of a police car or in a police car?
It was almost a year ago. That's a minor detail. I don't remember.
Okay. Well, the details didn't turn out to be so minor, correct?
As far as her transportation to the state attorney's office, I would consider that a minor detail.
Okay. Interacting with a critical witness in a homicide is not, right?
Correct.
And you knew that she was a critical witness because you had all their text messages, right?
Correct.
And you knew she was a critical witness because you had in fact spoken to her previously, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that she was extremely close to Shanna Gardner, your number one suspect, correct?
That's correct.
And you get to the state attorney's office and you place her in a room, do you not?
She was put in a conference room, yes.
Okay. And in this conference room, there was conveniently several posters and things on the wall indicating that she was a co-conspirator in this case, correct?
There were her own text messages.
Right. You put them up there for her to see, and you walk out the room, and you allow her to sit there and ponder why the police are getting her out of a Publix and taking her to the state attorney's office, and now she's looking at her own text messages about killing someone, correct?
Correct.
I saw Ms. Stifler's PowerPoint, and they were just statements in quotes that Ms. Stifler or someone at the state attorney's office put in the computer, correct? You saw that during your direct testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay. We never heard these statements, correct?
Are you saying that I never heard them, or that?
You didn't play them for Judge Kite or anybody else here to hear?
No, I do not personally have a recording of the statements.
Okay. In fact, she wasn't recorded, right?
To my knowledge, she was not. No.
Okay. Wait. You're there, right?
I was there for part of her testimony.
Okay.
I was not in the room the entire time.
Detective Lamont was there, correct?
Yes.
So when you say, wait, you said that you were there for part of her testimony. Would you go out for a cigarette, a coffee break, what?
She initially met with the state, and then I met with her, and then we all met together.
Okay. And when she allegedly made these incredible statements about Mario and his ability to commit crimes, and the fact that he had told Shanna he was going to kill Jared if he wanted her to, or all of these different statements, neither you nor Detective Lamont ever took out a recording device to record these critical case-breaking statements, right?
No, it did not.
Was Ms. Stifler there?
Yes.
Did she take out a recording device and automatically start recording these incredibly damning statements?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was Mr. Mizrahi there?
I believe so.
Okay. Did he take out a recording device?
Not that I'm aware of.
You all have cell phones, right?
Yes.
Does your cell phone allow you to record?
Yes.
So, and none of you thought about taking out your cell phone and recording KJ while she's making these case-breaking statements?
No, I did not think of the recorder.
And that was because at this point in time, you take her from Publix, you put her in a room where you're basically pointing the finger at her as being a co-conspirator to murder. You let her think about it for a while. Then all of you started questioning her quite furiously. Wouldn't you agree?
No, not.
Right, nicely?
It was a civil conversation.
Was it contentious in any way, shape, or form? Is what your testimony is going to be.
I believe the contention was the fact that she had initially given statements that were clearly a lie.
According to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, you don't know, well, first of all, we have no way of knowing what she said other than what was put in a PowerPoint presentation by Ms. Stifler, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you take notes during this interesting conversation?
I did take some notes, yes.
Okay. And do you have them with you here today?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you turn them over to Ms. Stifler?
No, I did not.
Okay. And as far as the case file and the discovery is concerned, there's not a single record of these conversations ever taking place, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Despite the fact that the most senior people in the investigation and the prosecution were present and received the most damning information to date, correct?
We were there to hear the information, but it was not recorded.
And at no point when things started getting good, you changed your mind and started recording.
No, I did not.
Detective Lamont, is he a senior? Is he senior to you?
No, we were same rank.
Same rank? Okay. Does he have more experience than you?
We have very similar experience in time.
Was it his first homicide investigation too?
I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, you guys worked together quite a few times prior to that, right?
He was in the unit prior to me, so I can't speak to his experience prior to that.
He's never shared with you war stories or any stories about his experience?
No, sir.
Now, getting back to the day of the murder, Shanna Gardner, you came to find out that Shanna Gardner, in fact, went to Walmart that evening, correct?
That's correct.
And this was while the children were with Jared Bridegan, correct?
Yes, sir.
Before I go any further, I want to clear something up. There's no communications whatsoever that indicate that Jared Bridegan, where Jared Bridegan indicated to either Shanna or Mario Fernandez that he was bringing his small 2-year-old child with him for date night, correct?
I believe that she was brought as a matter of routine.
That's not the question I asked you. Okay? There's nothing that you have in terms of communications or evidence that indicate that he informed Shanna Gardner or Mario Fernandez or anyone close to them that he was bringing his child that evening.
That's correct.
And in fact, you never read any text messages that indicated that he was bringing his child to date night, correct?
Correct.
Now, getting back to the night of the murder, Shanna Gardner went to a Walmart that evening, correct?
Correct.
And this is while Jared is with the children, right?
That's correct.
And he's supposed to return the children at 7:45, correct?
Correct.
And Shanna checks out at the Walmart at 7:20 p.m., correct?
Around then, I don't remember the exact time.
And you're aware that, of course, the Walmart's approximately 15 minutes away from their home, correct?
Give or take.
Okay. And that would, 7:20, check out, you know that from the receipt, right?
Correct.
And let's say she's done, makes her payment, picks up the bags, puts them in the shopping cart, walks to her car, then puts the bags in the car, gets in her car. That's about, that could be a couple minutes, right?
Okay.
So that amount of time plus the 15 minutes puts her awfully close to even not being present when Jared Bridegan drops off the children, right?
She and the kids all indicated that she was in the kitchen cooking.
That's not what I asked you. That puts it quite close to her missing the drop-off, right?
Sure.
And if there's traffic, where she would have been delayed as little as 10 minutes, she would have missed it completely, correct?
I guess it's possible.
She would have missed her alibi had she not have made it on time, correct?
I mean, it's hard to say that she would miss her alibi.
Okay. You won't give me that, right?
No.
All right. But you know where I'm getting at, don't you?
I understand the point you're trying to make.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to, just made it, right? She was very close to missing the drop-off, correct?
Based upon what you stated as far as what kind of mother she was, I hardly doubt that she would not be home by the time her children were being dropped off.
I would agree with you, but it's not, again, the question I asked you. But,
I guess it's possible that traffic or a crash or a road closure or a number of delays could have caused her to get home late.
Okay. Now, you testified that when the children got home, that they never saw Mario, right?
They stated that they thought they saw Mario, but when the psychologist asked them if they ever actually saw him, they stated, well, we think we saw him because his game console was on.
And that included the boy, correct?
As far as I recall, both of them made a similar statement.
Okay. And the purpose of you telling Judge Kite that, of course, is to show that it's possible Mario wasn't even there, right?
It is possible, yes.
Okay. And in fact, that was the purpose of the statement, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to play that portion of the child CPT interview so we can know exactly what he said. Okay? I can have just a moment, Judge.
Is it one of the exhibits? Mr. Crody, is it one of the exhibits?
Judge, it's not. We were unaware that Detective Johns would make this. I can burn it to a disk and bring it tomorrow to court for you.
Is there any objection? Ms. Niffler?
So playing just a portion of it out of an hour and a half interview out of context. I'm not an objection to it. I just
Well, you
wanna
can complete
redirect
it.
on it.
If that, like, you can complete it if you want, or play other. Did you alert what you're playing?
Yes, this is the child's.
No, I mean, to this date.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, why don't you-
I didn't. During the break, I kind of stepped away. That's when we
Mr.
figured
Crody,
out.
will you let them know what portion at least so they know?
We're playing at 1 hour, 23 minutes, Judge.
Okay.
And that's all right, Judge. I should have.
No problem.
What did you eat, how was it? It was all fun and all that. And then we went to bed. And then the next morning, that's when I found out.
But when you got home that night, what was your mom doing?
I think she was cooking. She was on the counter texting people.
Okay. Was Mario home when you got home?
Yeah, he plays video games. He was playing his video games at his desk.
Did you actually see him playing his video games, or you think that's what he's doing?
I mean, he had his headphones, he had the controller, and then I heard, oh, right, fire, 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 because we play Call of Duty. It's a shooting game.
Okay.
And so I'm pretty sure he was. I heard the thing. He had his gaming headphones. He had the controller. So I'm pretty sure he was.
Okay.
And I think I looked over one time after I talked, and then I saw him playing video games.
Okay.
So I don't think he was doing anything.
You heard the child mention that Mr. Fernandez had on headphones, correct?
He mentioned that he had applications of playing the game. He said, I'm sure he was. I think he was. Never at any time did he indicate that he actually saw Mario Fernandez.
I'm going to get to that in a minute, but please try and answer my question. You heard him say that, correct? That he had his headphones?
Yes.
Okay. You also heard him saying that he heard Mario saying, I guess, left, 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 or talk while he's playing the video game, correct?
Did he hear Mario or did he hear the game console or someone else talking in it?
Well, he said, I could hear left, 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 or whatever.
I'm just saying it wasn't clear that he did or didn't hear Mario.
It was quite clear to you when he says that he saw him, right?
No, sir. I did not take that as someone who said that he actually saw Mario Fernandez.
I will just replay that last portion for you.
Okay.
So we're not disputing it.
My name is Casey Lee of the First Coast Child Protection Team. Today I'll be interviewing Liam. Did you actually see him playing his video games, or you think that's what he's doing?
I mean, he had his headphones, he had the controller, and then I heard, oh, right, fire, 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 because we play Call of Duty. It's a shooting game.
Okay.
And so I'm pretty sure he was. I heard the thing. He had his gaming headphones. He had the controller. So I'm pretty sure he was.
Okay.
And I think I looked over one time after I talked, and then I saw him playing video games.
Okay.
You heard that, right? I saw him playing video games.
He said, I'm pretty sure I looked over and saw him playing video games.
You heard that, correct?
Yes, I heard the statement.
Okay. That's different than what you told Judge Keifer in direct examination, correct?
I don't believe it is. I don't think that he was sure whether Mario was there or not.
All right. Now, sir, I want to talk about this arrest of Henry Tenen and the Intrepid, which is the PR firms, the whole testimony that you covered earlier. You recall that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's go back to the night of August 18, 2022. That was the night that you decided to arrest Henry Tenen, correct?
Correct.
Now, the way you did that was you knew he was a habitual traffic offender, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And he was pulled over under a ruse that he was going to be arrested, and the reason you guys were interested in him was because he was a habitual traffic offender, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Then that was at 12 a.m. on August 18th of 2022, right about that time, right around midnight.
No, it was early in the morning.
Okay. It wasn't at night?
No, sir.
Okay. How early in the morning?
It was like 5:30 in the morning, 5:30.
Okay.
I don't know the time. I don't remember the time of the exact traffic stop, but it was very early in the morning.
Let's double check. Hold on a second. Okay. Fair to say it was 4 a.m., right? Does that sound about right?
Like I said, I don't remember the exact time, but it was very early in the morning. I'll give you that.
Okay. So about this time, you had already gone to several of Mr. Fernandez's tenants and questioned them, correct? You and other officers?
We talked to one other tenant.
Okay. And this is where you first saw the truck, right?
No, sir.
Well, there was a situation where you were speaking to a tenant, or I don't know if it was you, but an officer was investigating this case and was speaking to a gentleman who was a tenant, correct?
That's correct.
And that's when Mr. Tenen pulled up at some point, correct?
That's correct.
And there was some questioning about the truck, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's kind of when Mr. Tenen got on your radar, right?
He didn't get on our radar until we had located a tire at the house.
Okay. And while you're doing this investigation, and subsequent to you actually arresting Mr. Tenen, you go and speak to one of Mario Fernandez's tenants, correct?
Correct. Mr. Tenen's roommate.
Correct. And that's at 5:30 in the morning, that same night, right?
Morning, yes, sir.
Okay. Excuse me, morning. You didn't mention that to Judge Kite, right?
No.
Okay. So you're also monitoring Mr. Tenen's roommate and his communications with Mario Fernandez, right?
We did request tolls for him.
Okay. In fact, what ended up happening was you found out that there was a call between the roommate and Mr. Fernandez at 7:22 a.m., correct? That same day.
I don't remember the exact time, but yes, there was a call.
And how many times as a homicide detective have you gone and let somebody's roommate notify that their roommate was arrested?
Part of the reason that we went and notified him is that Henry Tenen was driving his vehicle, and we wanted to give him an opportunity to retrieve his vehicle.
Right, but you're aware that as soon as, not even an hour and a half after you notified the roommate who was someone that you were questioning previously about the truck, that he made a phone call to Mr. Fernandez that same day.
Correct.
And in fact, you told him that Tennant's truck was used in the murder, correct?
I don't remember exactly what was said to him or not.
Okay. You sure you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Fair to say the reason you did this, to get them talking, right? To see where that takes you?
We were not monitoring their communications at this time.
But you were able to go back and check their phone records, right?
Yes. But
And-
Mr. Ordway wasn't using his own phone. He was using someone else's phone to surreptitiously talk to Mario Fernandez. So I'm not sure.
Right, and that's what you found out, right? That he was actually communicating with Mario Fernandez after you guys had gone there and told him that Tennant was arrested, right?
Yes.
And that the truck was used in the murder, right?
I don't know the communication as far as that was concerned. I was not there for that.
Okay, but the whole reason you told all of us, including Judge Kite, that Miss Gardner called the PR people and that they were concerned about the truck, that there's no way they would have known, you conveniently left out the fact that you had actually gone to this gentleman's house and told him that Tennant was arrested and that the truck was used in the murder, correct?
There again, I don't know what was said to Mr. Ordway exactly. But either way, isn't it kind of odd that you would call and let your landlord know that your roommate was arrested?
Well, you remember I get to ask the questions here, and you don't.
Sorry, I
right?
apologize.
Okay. Okay. Now, as the detective, of course, you get to review all of the reports in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Including those of your partner, Detective Lamont,
Yes.
right? I want to clarify, I know you seemed a bit unsure about whether you guys had informed the roommate as to whether the truck was used in the murder. Remember, you seemed a little unsure of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection if I showed you Detective Lamont's report where it says, where it lays that out for you?
Okay.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention first to the date and time of the report, which is August 19th of 22. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And page 2, where it states, the roommate's name was advised Tennant's truck was used in the murder of Jared Bridegan. Did I say that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection as to whether the fact that you had informed the roommate the night of Mr. Tennant's arrest that his truck was used in the murder?
Based upon the report you showed me, that yes, the officers did inform Ordway that the truck was used in the homicide.
When you say the officer, you're referring to your partner, right?
Yes.
Detective Lamont, right?
Yes.
Basically, the second, I don't know how you guys do it. Are you guys equal, or he's second in command here?
I'm the lead and he's the co.
Okay. So, fair to say, he's going to tell you everything that he's doing in your case, right?
Yes.
Including something as important as telling a roommate that they just made an arrest on perhaps the biggest case in Jacksonville, right?
It was a busy time for us right then, and I can't say we had just arrested Tennant, and I was not aware of his exact verbiage that he told to Mr. Ordway.
And that's not something you normally do, right? To leak to potential witnesses critical information on a murder investigation, right? That's not something you do often.
I mean, it was public knowledge that a truck was used in the murder.
But it was public knowledge that Henry Tennant's truck was used in the murder, right?
I think based upon the previous interactions that we had had with Mr. Ordway, he had a fairly good idea that truck was used.
Okay, but my question again was it wasn't public knowledge that Mr. Tennant's truck was used in the murder, correct?
Correct.
And that's not something you do. You would agree that that's not good police practice to go around telling witnesses what's going on in a murder case, right?
I think at the time we were looking for cooperation from Mr. Ordway, and so we believed him to be involved in this. So I don't think it was from a perspective of we're just giving you, we're leaking information about our case. It was an effort to gain his cooperation.
So now you remember, and now you have knowledge of not only the fact that you told him about the truck being used in the murder, but why?
I didn't tell him I wasn't there. I told you that.
Okay. But now you know why. Now you're kind of recalling why, right?
I am saying why it's likely that the officers told him that.
And you knew before you took the stand today that Mr. Ordway had called just an hour late. Well, actually, he made several calls immediately, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Fernandez didn't answer the phone, right?
I don't remember exactly.
But the third call, there was I think, 38-minute conversation, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And you knew that conversation occurred before you took the stand today and told us that there's no way that Shanna Gardner would have known or Mario Fernandez would have known that the truck was used in the murder, when you, in fact, had advised a witness of such a fact, correct? You knew that before taking the stand today.
Mr. Ordway was advised of the truck. No, I did not know that before today.
You didn't know?
I did not know that specific conversation happened until you showed me the report.
Okay. You just said a moment ago that it refreshed your recollection that in fact occurred, correct?
No, sir. You indicated that. I did not.
And you agree with me, sir?
No, sir.
So you said no, I don't. That doesn't refresh my recollection?
I'm indicating you that Mr. Ordway had knowledge of this case, and that us telling him about the truck was not the same as their leaking information. I did not have specific knowledge of what you showed me, or did not remember what you showed me until you showed it to me.
So you're essentially clarifying your prior statement when I asked you if it refreshed your recollection as to whether police had notified Mr. Ordway of the truck being used in the murder, right?
I do not remember reading that before today, is what I'm saying.
Now, you would agree that this report was turned over in the course of discovery, right?
Yes, sir.
And that, of course, the prosecutors would have this information, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, I wouldn't have it unless they got it, right?
Correct.
You don't give me reports, you give them and they give it to me, right?
That's correct.
So before taking the stand and making representations that there's no way Miss Gardner would have known that the truck of Henry Tennant was used in the murder at that point in time when talking to the PR people, it's not true, is it?
You're asking me to know what Miss Gardner does and doesn't know. So in other words, I can't speak to that.
You were never questioned in any way, shape, or form about you or Detective Lamont or any other detective going to visit Mr. Tennant's roommate at 5:30 in the morning to tell him, hey, your roommate's truck was involved in the murder, correct? You weren't asked a single question about that, right?
About telling Mr. Ordway that?
Yes.
No.
Sir, you mentioned that there was animosity between Jared Bridegan and Shanna Gardner because he wanted the children to be brought up in Mormon faith, but she did not, correct?
That's correct.
And that a source of contention was Ms. Gardner not wanting to have one of the children baptized, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it a fact, sir, that Ms. Gardner, in fact, encouraged and was fine and was very supportive in terms of the child being baptized?
I think on the surface she made that representation to her child.
But it's also in the text messages that you reviewed in this investigation too, correct?
There were some text messages between her and Kim Jensen where she basically stated that she did agree to it, yes.
Okay. So that statement too is not exactly correct. Correct?
What do you mean?
She was in support. She supported the child in getting baptized, correct?
Yes, she gave her support, yes.
Now, you also mentioned that while the child's CPT interviews were going on, that Mario Fernandez decided to go to bail and go to Canada. Is that pretty much what you testified to, more or less, during direct?
One of the children said he was going to Canada. I never indicated that he was going to Canada.
Well, you testified about it, right?
I testified about his trip, yes.
Now, Ms. Gardner wasn't allowed to participate in the CPT interview, correct?
That's correct.
And she, in fact, wasn't present and didn't get to see it, correct?
Correct.
You didn't get, like we just saw that video, you never showed her that video, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And she would have no idea whether the children would have told the CPT person that Mario was or was not present the evening of the murder, correct?
I would assume that she discussed the interviews with them, but no, she would not have been present. She would not have acknowledged what they said.
And she would have no idea what those children told the CPT, correct?
I'm sure she would by asking them.
Well, when in fact they were asked, when in fact, if in fact she asked them, you said she could have, but you don't know whether she did, correct?
No, I do not know if she did or not. However, there were statements that were made by Mr. Bridegan that the children were often coached. So,
Mr. Bridegan never told you that the children were coached what to do in a CPT interview, right?
correct.
All right. Now, you also talked about this 5-month period where Ms. Gardner, you were concerned about her fleeing, and she was traveling around all over the place, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Sir, you're aware that after there was a gap between the arrest of Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this 5-month period is during that time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So what you represented to us was that she was moving around and staying at an Airbnb in Tallahassee and then going other places, correct? Like Orlando? Well, I don't think you mentioned that, right?
No, the only places that I know that she was at was
The Airbnb.
Tallahassee and Savannah.
Okay, and Savannah. Now, you're aware that Ms. Gardner's counsel at the time had in fact sent an email and had advised the state that Ms. Gardner was willing and able to surrender herself at any time should they decide to charge her, correct?
I am aware that email was sent, yes.
Okay. And at no time did either you or any other law enforcement officer or any prosecutors pick up the phone and call her counsel and say, hey, let's do without the TV show. Bring her in. correct?
I'm not aware of that now.
Okay. And are you, well, you're not aware that that ever occurred, right?
I'm not aware that a phone call like that was ever made.
Right. No phone call was ever made, as far as you know.
As far as I know, yes.
And in fact, that was never a suggestion of yours, right?
No, it was not.
Okay. And in fact, you're aware as a police officer that when you do a takedown in someone's home, there are numerous officers that are armed, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's in fact occurred in this case?
Yes, sir.
And that there were children in that home?
Yes, sir.
And multiple officers stormed that home with assault rifles, correct?
I don't think they stormed the home.
They went inside, yelled police, all that kind of stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
And things can go drastically wrong when that happens, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you put lives in danger when you do that, right?
Many lives are in danger when anytime that we do any type of operation.
It's a necessary risk that you have to take, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But nonetheless, lives are at risk, including those of children, right?
I do not believe that their lives were at risk.
But all of that risk could have been alleviated had someone picked up the phone and said, okay, Ms. Gardner, why don't you turn yourself in, right?
That would also give someone an opportunity to flee if they were going to.
Now, you're also aware, or are you aware, I should ask you, that the reason that Ms. Gardner was in Tallahassee and other places was that they were waiting to see if in fact she was going to be charged and that she wanted to be in the jurisdiction of the court?
I did not know why she was in the locations that she was in.
If that in fact is true, let's assume that for 5 months she's going from Tallahassee, Orlando, Savannah, and renting places to stay there, to be close if she's charged. That's quite a large amount of effort and expense to avail themselves to the jurisdiction of the court. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, I can't speak to what she was doing.
I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you, sir, that if in fact that's true, that the reason she's doing that is to be able to avail herself and turn herself in, that's an extreme amount of effort and expense. Wouldn't you agree?
Why would she not just come to the jurisdiction that the court is in?
Again, I get to ask the questions and you don't. But my question to you, I know you don't want to answer it, but I'm going to ask again. You would agree that that's a lot of effort and expense, right?
I would agree that it would be a lot of effort and expense to rent a home for several weeks that you did not currently live in.
Okay. And you, of course, are aware that there was a significant amount of media coverage in this case at that time.
Yes, sir.
Especially focused on this woman after Mario Fernandez was arrested, right?
I can't speak to exactly what was focused on her, but overall the case had a lot of media attention.
But the theme was, when's she getting arrested, right?
Honest to God, I don't pay attention to the news.
But yet you leak stuff to them?
Occasionally, when it's necessary.
And you leaked stuff to them specifically about this issue?
What do you mean?
Someone was getting arrested? Specifically Mario?
Yes.
Judge, can I have the court's indulgence for a moment? I want to see if I have any further questions. So just two quick follow-ups.
Sure.
You're aware that Mario Fernandez was basically in charge of all the finances while he was married with Shanna Gardner, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he wrote all the checks, including to the children's schools, that sort of thing?
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay. And you talked about how this divorce was imminent, and that was something that Mr. Tenen said, that Mario Fernandez said that's why it has to go down right away, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But sir, you're aware that both Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner were planning on divorcing for months, correct?
That was what they indicated to the school staff, yes.
Right. In fact, they communicated that to the school because one of the concerns is disruption in the children's lives, correct?
Correct.
And that's something they wanted the school to monitor, right?
Yes.
Specifically Shanna, right?
Yes.
So it was no secret that while they were still together, living together, they in fact were going to get divorced in just a few months after the children finished school, correct?
That is what Shanna had indicated to the school staff, yes.
Now, one last thing. When discussing the testimony of Mr. Byrd to Judge Kite, you told, this was the statement with the guy who mentioned that Ms. Gardner said she wanted to find someone who can shut people up.
Yes, sir.
You remember that? And then you testified that you took it to mean murder, right?
That's what Mr. Byrd stated.
That Mr. Byrd stated. But you, in fact, are aware that Mr. Byrd didn't state anything of the kind. In fact, to the contrary, he said, as to that point, he didn't take it to mean anything at the time, correct?
My recollection of his statement was that he did, in fact, mean that she was looking for someone to kill Jared Bridegan.
Well, would it refresh your recollection if I showed you the police report on this specific interview?
Possibly.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes, please show.
Oh, sorry. I'm showing you, sir, a report dated 6/17/22. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sure. And on the second page of that report, it specifically states that Byrd advised at that point, he did not take it to mean anything at that time. Correct? Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And do you see murder anywhere written in there in any way, shape, or form?
No, I do not.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, before you question, can I see the lawyers at sidebar just for scheduling? redirect.
Detective Johns. I'll ask you a few things that follow up on some things defense counsel asked you about. Kim Jensen's testimony, or her statements, KJ's statements that you were present for, she also gave testimony at a grand jury proceeding in February of 2023.
That's correct.
And you had the opportunity to review a transcript of that testimony, which was unsealed by defense counsel. And in that testimony, she made the same statements regarding Mario Fernandez-Aldana's statements in Hawaii, correct?
That's correct.
And she also made statements to the grand jury under oath before being put in your car and taken to the state attorney's office that Mario Fernandez frequently spoke about taking care of Jared during times of trouble in their marriage, correct?
That's correct.
So the reason that no recorded sworn statement by the lawyers was taken of Ms. Jensen is because there was a discussion. In your opinion, Ms. Jensen was still minimizing and withholding, correct?
That's correct.
As far as date night, you conducted interviews with Ms. Gardner, Mr. Fernandez-Aldana, and Jared Bridegan's wife at the time, Kirsten Bridegan. And you were mentioning that as a matter of routine, all 4 of the children were at date night for the most part.
That's correct.
And on that particular night, the youngest child wasn't there, but BB had a very close relationship with LB and particularly AB, correct?
That's correct.
And she was always at date night for the most part.
Correct.
And there was some mention about the CPT interviews. That is an hour and 40-minute interview, and in that interview it would be fair to say that LB is inconsistent in the course of his own interview about the timeline of events that night, not only related to Mario Fernandez-Aldana, but related to just the events of the night.
That's correct.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Did Ms. Gardner ever tell you that LB was not the most reliable witness?
Yeah, she made statements in her own interview that he was not very reliable with details and facts.
And did she advise you in that same interview that if you wanted a better timeline or more accurate details, you should speak with AB?
Yes, that's correct.
Detective Johns, when police are executing a warrant for first-degree murder, is it generally done with a takedown team and SWAT?
Due to the severity of the charges, the flight risk, and the risk to evidence, it is I've never heard of it done any other way.
Right, so any homicide that you're aware of the Jacksonville Beach Police Department, or an arrest on a first-degree homicide that they've made, or in your time working in conjunction with the ATF and with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, for the most part, that is standard matter of practice.
That's correct.
Mr. Tennant's roommate, he was interviewed how many times prior to that August 18th?
At least 3 times.
And he was cooperative and actually gave you information regarding Henry Tennant's possession of a vehicle that was similar to the one used in the homicide.
That's correct.
And on August 18th, that was the first time you've been asked about that vehicle or shown the picture of the vehicle in media release from Jacksonville Beach Police.
It was
Well, it was not the first
no,
time.
it was not the first time.
Defense counsel has presented you with some iCloud messages from Ms. Gardner about other flippant comments she may have made about wanting to kill someone. And so these came from her iCloud. So were these deleted from her iCloud?
I did not see them.
If defense counsel was provided a copy of her iCloud from your property room, correct?
Correct.
So if they got these from them, that means that Ms. Gardner most likely did not delete these flippant comments about killing people
Objection,
from her
calls for
iCloud.
speculation and leading.
Sustained on leading. You can be raised.
The messages between Kim Jensen and Shanna Gardner about killing Jared Bridegan were deleted from her iCloud, were they not?
Correct.
And as far as you know, are her children still alive? They haven't been murdered?
They're not murdered.
The last two issues I want to speak about are the child custody issues, disputes regarding the baptism. Was there a dispute between Shanna Gardner and Jared Bridegan about which church or ward the baptism would take place at?
Yes, Ms. Gardner wanted it to take place in the local ward where she was friends with the bishop and his wife.
The Bishop Curry?
Yes,
The same ward where KJ is a member?
that's correct.
And Ms. Gardner was not actually a member of that church at the time?
That's correct.
Defense counsel brought up that the text messages regarding looking for a hitman stopped in about 2017. But Ms. Jensen, at grand jury and the state attorney's office, did she give you testimony regarding statements after 2017?
There were always, just because the statements weren't in their text messages, there were always continuous statements made about killing Jared or Mario taking care of Jared, meaning to murder Jared.
Some of those statements referenced COVID, which obviously occurred after 2017.
Right.
Okay. And Ms. Gardner's attempts to reach out to other individuals, M or H or Thomas or Bradley Bird or Justin Bridegan, before 2017, they ceased after that point. She married Mario Fernandez in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And one of these statements from her former coworker at Discovery School was that prior to marrying, Mario Fernandez Aldana told Shanna Gardner that he could take care of Jared, get 4 guys, break in and make it look like a burglary.
That's correct.
The court case had calmed down before the homicide, and we've entered exhibits into evidence. Were there any text messages between KJ and Ms. Gardner regarding the, quote, best time for magic?
There was a message from Ms. Gardner to KJ that stated that the best time for magic is when things are amicable.
And again, magic was one of their code words that they used to talk about the murder of Jared Bridegan.
That's correct.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness step down?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, wait,
Just had a brief, really.
nothing you've covered before.
No, just stuff that, that was brought up now.
Okay.
Detective, you testified that just now during redirect that the child who gave the statement about Mario being home was not reliable, right?
Ms. Gardner stated that he was not
It was
reliable.
on redirect, right?
Correct.
But you relied on his statements during direct examination, correct?
In conjunction with his sisters.
Okay. And you mentioned about these text messages that I did not see them. Well, your answer was in reference to these text messages of having not seen specific text messages. You have not reviewed all of the text messages as you...
That's correct, I have not.
Okay. And then, are you aware that in the grand jury testimony, COVID is never mentioned, correct?
She is making, the reference to COVID was made in text message.
Okay. But they are essentially, I hope he dies of COVID or something like that, right?
No, it was indicating that Mario couldn't take action because of COVID.
Okay. Now, there's nothing, those are not specific text messages that you've introduced today, correct?
I have not introduced anything.
Okay. In fact, it sounds like a pretty damning text message. Why didn't you bring it to court today?
I did not introduce evidence to the court.
And that's a fact because it doesn't exist, right?
There is talk between Kim Jensen and Shanna Gardner about Mario not being able to take action because of COVID.
That, in fact, is a statement that was allegedly made in this unrecorded conference that was at the state attorney's office. Wouldn't you agree?
It was made there, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you, Detective. My understanding is the state doesn't have any further witnesses, is that correct? Okay. All right, we're going to take let's say a 10-minute recess, okay? And then we'll start with the defense case. Court will be in recess for 10 minutes.
Never finish at 5. Oh, do you want to?
Yes. Don't you know that? You forgot a cook in here? Hey, we got 10. Yeah.
Oh, you can't close my body. You might have somebody else somewhere on there. Yeah, I know. Something should be. Yeah.
What if,
Sir?
cold?
Hmm?
Cold.
Cold. You're a big boy.
You wake up more. I got two. I'm going this way.
I don't know if Mara's coming, my wife's coming. Because I haven't really talked to her. I haven't really talked to her in months. They got cushion though.
seated.
Thank you. What's, Ms. Curry?
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense will call Henry Cox.
Mr. Cox?
Please, you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give true the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
This was it. Watch the step.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Mr. Bridegan?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cox, you're an attorney here in Jacksonville, Florida, correct?
Correct.
How long have you been a member of the Florida Bar?
This is the 50th year.
And your law firm, sir, was retained in April of 2022 by Shanna Gardner, is that correct?
Correct.
And that initially followed the publishing of photos of her children by the media.
You did?
Now, I want to fast forward to the fall of 2022. Were you aware that Miss Gardner moved to Washington State?
Yes.
Was that done in secrecy, sir?
No, not at all. As a matter of fact, she notified the Duval County school system where her children would be enrolled in Washington.
And in fact, law enforcement executed a search warrant on her home in February of 2023 in West Richland, Washington, correct?
That's correct.
And did the state attorney's office know that you were representing Miss Gardner by the end of 2022?
Yes, they did.
Had you had multiple conversations with them at many levels?
I don't know that I had multiple conversations with them. They knew it.
Did they ever reach out to you and ask you where Miss Gardner was?
No,
Would you have told them?
I would have.
And did you know where she was?
I knew exactly where she was.
Now, after that warrant was executed on Miss Gardner's home on February 6th of 2023, at that time, did you start to believe that Miss Gardner may be a suspect in the murder of Jared Bridegan?
I think a reading of the search warrants would have made it obvious.
Now, later, in February 17th of 2023, there was a hearing about the cell phones that were seized in February from Miss Gardner's home, correct?
Those were in front of Judge Carbula.
And so you had more communication with the state about this case in February of 2023.
Yes, I represented Ms. Gardner in front of Judge Carbula.
Now, you became aware that Mr. Fernandez was arrested on March 16th of 2023 in Orlando, correct?
Correct.
Can I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm now handing the witness what's defendants for. Mr. Cox, can you please explain defendants for in the context of it to Judge Kite?
I had learned from Mr. Jesse Dreiser that his client had been arrested close to Orlando. He let me know that. And so I am almost immediately sent an email to Ms. Stifler in the state attorney's office, letting her know that telling her that if she was interested in Ms. Gardner surrendering, she would do so immediately.
Did you ever receive a response to that email?
I did not.
Now, after Mr. Fernandez was arrested, did Miss Gardner return to Florida?
No, she did not.
To Tallahassee?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, she did go to Tallahassee.
Okay, so she was in the state of Florida.
She was.
And why did she come back to the state of Florida?
I was dealing with a lawyer in Salt Lake City named Tim Anderson, who represented Ms. Gardner's family there for many, many years. I told Mr. Anderson that I had already committed to the state of Florida, that I would surrender Ms. Gardner immediately upon their request, and that was meaningless if she were in the state of Washington. And I recommended she come to Florida and be somewhere in Florida so I could produce on the commitment I made. I talked to an attorney in Tallahassee named Richard Doran, that's D-O-R-A-N, and I said, look, if I have a client come to Tallahassee and live there temporarily, would you be available in case some problems arose, meaning if police came to arrest her or whatever, and he agreed to do that. I talked to an attorney in West Palm Beach named Scott Richardson. I knew Mr. Richardson had previously had experience with Airbnbs in Tallahassee when he was chair of the Board of Bar Examiners. I asked him if he had a recommendation. He did. I made arrangements with Tim Anderson that Ms. Gardner would come to Tallahassee and stay there, and we would wait to hear from the state of Florida.
Did you ever hear from the state of Florida?
Never.
And at some point, she also went to Savannah, Georgia, which was also in striking distance of Jacksonville.
She went to Savannah, Georgia because her parents determined to visit her when they could. Travel between Salt Lake City and Tallahassee was very, very difficult. Savannah was much easier than Tallahassee. So I called a lawyer named, I'm trying to remember her name, Amy Copeland, who was recommended to me by John Ossick in Georgia. She's in Savannah. I said the same thing to her that I said to Richard Doran. If problems come up and if I make arrangements for a client to stay in Savannah, would you be available to help if I need help? She recommended an Airbnb in Savannah, and that's where Miss Gardner went to from Tallahassee. The advantage of Savannah was twofold. Number one, it was easier for her parents to get to, and number two, it was about the same distance from Jacksonville to Savannah as far as me being able to produce Miss Gardner whenever they said we want to arrest her. So that's where it was. I will also add there was another reason for going to Tallahassee and Savannah, and that was Mr. Anderson, the family, I, and everyone in my firm knew that if it was an arrest in Western Washington, it's not Eastern, it's Western Washington, that it would be done by several officers in the presence of her children, and we were doing everything we could to try to avoid that. So that's why we went to Tallahassee and then Savannah.
And Miss Gardner stayed for at least several months in the general area of striking distance to Jacksonville, awaiting essentially for the state to reach out to you, correct?
She did.
But that never happened, and she eventually returned to Washington State.
No, and that was because after so much time, it was just, well, they know where she is because they was there when they served the search warrants, so they know where she lives in Washington. And now so much time had passed, she wanted to be with her children. It was understandable. They were having their anxieties from being away from their mother, so we said, well, let's just gamble and let her go back and see what happens.
Thank you, Mr. Cox.
Thank you.
Mr. Cox, why not Jacksonville?
Primarily because of the media attention, and anywhere she went, someone would say that's Shanna Gardner.
That was the only reason why she didn't pick Jacksonville?
No, there's no fear of her being arrested. We're willing to surrender. Why else? Why would we be here to be on TV all the time? As a matter of fact, local television went to Western Washington to her home.
You would agree that it is common for defense lawyers to let the state of Florida know that they can turn in their clients?
Depending on the circumstances, certainly, yeah. It's not uncommon.
Obviously, if you've already been retained.
I was representing her, yes.
So you would agree that typically, the more violent the charge, the less likely the state takes you up on it offer?
Not necessarily. I think it's a matter of evaluating all the circumstances.
Well, you would agree if it were a warrant for a DUI or domestic violence or something like that, the state of Florida would be more likely to take you up on a voluntary surrender as opposed to a murder or an armed robbery.
Well, Mr. Mizrahi, I've had that experience cut both ways on all kinds of charges. So to say it's the most serious charge, therefore I'm not going to get notice ahead of time, I would have been perfectly willing to say she is at such and such an address in Tallahassee, Florida, waiting for you. Such and such address in Savannah, Georgia, waiting for you.
No, again, I'm not saying that there aren't situations where first-degree murderers turn themselves in voluntarily, or DUIs, they go and arrest her. But you would say, generally speaking, with your 50 years of experience, the more violent the case, the less likely that the state of Florida would take you up on that offer.
With some prosecutors, yes.
Okay, that's all the question I had.
One redirect.
Sure.
Mr. Cox, Mr. Mizrahi kept using the term first-degree murderer. Is it your understanding that Ms. Gardner is charged as a principal in this case?
I have not been involved in any details. I've read the indictment. The indictment says first-degree murder.
I understand. Thank you.
Mr. Crady, I think Mr. Cox has the exhibit still.
Yep, I'll retrieve that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cox.
May I be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Call your next witness.
We'll call John Curry. He's by Zoom, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have another microphone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Curry, can you hear us?
I can hear you. How can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. All right, if you'll raise your right hand to be sworn in, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, you may proceed.
Mr. Curry, thank you for your patience. Sir, you're a retired naval aviator, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're now an airline pilot, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And also, until recently, you were a lay clergy member in the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints, is that right?
That's correct.
And we'll just refer to it to the church as we go through the question, okay?
Sure.
What is a ward in the church?
A ward is the name that we call a local congregation that's a division of the church that's set by a geographic boundary. So that's just the name of a congregation.
And is there a bishop over the ward?
Yes.
And what are bishop's responsibilities over a ward?
A bishop's responsibilities generally are pretty broad, but they're administrative in nature, in charge of the record keeping, finances, ensuring the ward is properly staffed to serve the congregation, as well as providing counseling and spiritual guidance to its members.
And were you bishop of a ward until recently?
I was.
Which ward?
The Jacksonville Beach Ward.
And from what years to what years were you the bishop of the Jacksonville Beach Ward?
I began bishop in the spring, April of 2018. I was most recently released in March of this year.
Sir, do you know Shanna Gardner?
I do.
And approximately when did you meet her?
It was in the spring of 2018 when I became bishop is the first time I met her.
And was she a member of your ward in 2018 when you took over?
She was a member of the ward. I believe she had just relocated into the boundaries of the ward, so she was a member shortly after I took over in 2018.
And were her records kept in your ward?
They were.
And did she ever officially resign from the church during your time as bishop of that ward?
No, she did not.
Did she periodically attend services during that period of time that you were bishop?
Yes, she did.
Did she attend with her daughter at times?
That's correct, at times.
Did Miss Gardner remain friendly with many members of the ward up until she moved from Jacksonville Beach?
Yes, as far as I'm aware.
And did that include members of your family?
Yes, that's true.
And did it include other women who were fully involved in the church?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, that is true.
And when Miss Gardner's family from out of state would visit, would they attend your ward?
Yes.
And so, in 2022, Miss Gardner still had many connections to the church. Is that fair?
That's fair, yes.
I want to talk about baptism, sir. With regard to Miss Gardner's children, were they registered in your ward?
They were not.
And do you know whose ward they were registered in?
Yes, they were in their father's ward, Jared Bridegan's ward.
And what does that mean that they were registered in Mr. Bridegan's ward?
It meant that their progression in the church would be under the purview of that ward and not their mother's. So the record, I would have very little purview over anything related to their membership.
And with respect to baptism in the church, do both parents need to consent to baptism?
are some circumstances, I believe they do not. It's an administrative matter that I'm not, up to right now, I'm not familiar with it enough, but generally it's not necessary from my recollection.
Now, at some point, did you become aware that Miss Gardner's daughter desired to get baptized?
Yes.
And is it also part of church policy that a child should understand the blessing of baptism before they are baptized?
Yes, I would say that there is a minimal level of understanding that would be expected, yes.
And what, if anything, did Miss Gardner ask you to do with respect to the child's baptism?
She asked if it would be okay if we went ahead with some discussions to help her prepare to better understand and answer those questions.
And when you say questions, are those questions that relate to the blessing?
Just general questions about understanding what you're doing and the commitment. It's a covenant, so it's just an understanding of the covenant that you're going to be making.
And as a result of that conversation, did you arrange to have the daughter meet with missionaries?
Yes.
And did that occur?
It did.
And did that occur during the weeks that the child was living at Miss Gardner's home in Jacksonville Beach?
Yes.
And are you aware of whether or not Miss Gardner brought the child to these meetings?
I am aware that she did.
And did she make any attempt in any way to obstruct her child from receiving the education from the missionaries, to your knowledge?
She did not.
Did she ever show opposition to the child being educated by the missionaries in the church?
I saw no indication of that at all.
And sir, did you ever reach out to Mr. Bridegan's bishop to make that bishop aware of what you were doing with respect to providing education to the daughter?
I did.
And would you say that this was a coordinated effort?
I would say that, yes.
That would culminate in the child being baptized in the church?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Cross?
No questions.
All right. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Thank you both very much.
Yeah, thank you, Judge.
Mr. Purdy.
Judge, we would call Marla Rogers.
Marlo Rogers, please.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Let's just go.
Thank you, sir.
Make sure you're talking to the mic.
Can you hear me?
All right. Mr. Purdy.
Ms. Rogers, can you tell Judge Kite what city and state you live in?
I live in West Richland, Washington.
And up until she was arrested in August of 2023 in West Richland, Washington, how far away from you did Shanna Gardner live?
Other side of the country.
No, prior, at the time of her arrest in August of 2023.
Oh, sorry, next door.
Mr. Purdy, the microphone.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Next door to you?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, what do you do for a living?
I am a self-employed baker.
Is that the same type of business that Miss Gardner ran in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, until she moved to Washington?
Yes.
When did you meet, when I says, do you know Shanna Gardner? Do you know her?
Yes.
All right, when did you first meet her?
I met her in February of 2020.
Can you tell Judge Kite how you met her?
We both attended solo at a cookie convention.
Is that called CookieCon?
It is.
All right, and what is CookieCon generally?
It is a place for cookie artists to go and learn and be creative within the cookie world.
And did that help facilitate your business as well as Miss Gardner's business?
It did.
And you said that was 2020. Was that before the COVID shutdown?
It was.
How far before?
About 2 weeks prior.
Now, during this CookieCon 2020, how quickly did you and Miss Gardner become friends?
Very quickly.
And then after that, I imagine you returned to Washington and she returned to Florida.
Correct.
And did you continue to talk to her during COVID?
We did.
Now, were you and Miss Gardner planning to attend CookieCon in March of 2022?
We were.
And did Shanna end up attending CookieCon in March of 2022?
She did not.
And why not, if you know?
This was after the death of the twins' father, and she wanted to stay behind to be with them.
But prior to that, had you and her had several conversations about her coming to CookieCon?
Correct.
In your world, is CookieCon a big deal?
It's a huge deal.
Had Miss Gardner registered and paid for the hotel?
I believe so, yes.
Ma'am, I want to talk to you about August of 2022. Did you visit Jacksonville Beach, Florida in August of 2022?
With my family and myself, yes, we went.
Was the purpose of that visit to see Miss Gardner and her family?
It was a family vacation for us to see her, yes.
Where did you stay?
We stayed at the Gardner's Beach House.
Is that the house on Ocean Drive?
Yes.
And during your visit here in Jacksonville, did you and Miss Gardner have discussions about how her business was doing financially?
We did.
And did she tell you that essentially she lost all her business because of social media?
Correct.
Out of that conversation, was there a second conversation about her moving to Washington State?
We joked about it because there was a house being built next door to me. And from the time that I met her, we talked about starting a business together. And so I brought up that there was a house next door and I'd love for her to be my neighbor.
Okay, so sort of joking with her, but telling her she should come out and be your neighbor.
Yeah.
And work with you.
Correct.
Now, you're aware that her son, you know her children, correct?
I do.
And they've lived next door to you for over a year at this point.
Correct.
And one of her son actually has a heart condition and can only live at certain sea levels, correct?
Under 1,000.
And what is the elevation of West Richland, Washington?
Approximately 600.
So the child, that's one of the places the child can move.
It would be a safe place.
And after you had left and returned to Washington, did Miss Gardner end up coming out to Washington, to West Richland?
She did.
How soon after?
After our vacation?
Correct.
Approximately a couple weeks.
And did you see her during that visit?
I did.
What did she do?
She looked at the house, we looked at schools, and we just a variety of the things that you would do when you move into a new area.
And as a result of that visit, did she decide to move to West Richland and become your neighbor?
She did.
Now, between when you met Miss Gardner in 2020 and when she flew out to Washington State, had you ever had any conversations with her, or did she ever seem willing to leave Florida?
No.
Now, after Miss Gardner moved to West Richland, did she help you in your cookie business?
She did.
And did you interact with her regularly?
I did.
How often?
Daily.
Did you go over to her house?
I would.
Did she go over to your house?
She would.
And you were aware that there was a search warrant on her home, the home next door to yours, in February of 2023.
Correct.
And then I imagine you became aware that her estranged husband, Mario Fernandez, was arrested in March of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And was there a period of time that Miss Gardner had left West Richland and returned back to the southeast?
Yes.
Now, in all of your dealings with Miss Gardner since she moved to Washington up until her arrest in Washington in August of 2023, did you ever see anything that indicated to you that Miss Gardner was going to flee?
Absolutely not.
How about evade arrest?
No.
Did you ever know her to engage in any type of criminal behavior as your neighbor?
Absolutely not.
Was she threatening in any way to you?
No.
Did you ever see her be threatening to any of your neighbors?
No.
Had she established herself in the Washington community?
She had.
And can you tell the judge how some of the things she did to establish herself?
She always put her kids first, and one of those being in her children's activities, particularly AB, who loves gymnastics, and so she was very involved in that community.
And as far as your street, where you all live, did she have a reputation among the neighbors?
A good reputation.
Ma'am, have you had an opportunity to see Ms. Gardner parent her children?
I have.
And with regard to her son, for lack of a better term, at times can be challenging, correct?
Most preteens can.
And have you been able to observe that Ms. Gardner has been able to connect with her son better than other people?
Absolutely.
Would you say they share a special bond?
They do.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you.
Ross?
Good afternoon, Ms. Rogers.
Good afternoon.
So would you agree that Ms. Gardner helped you in your business?
She did.
Was she would you consider a savvy businesswoman?
Yes.
Did she give you ideas about how to make your business more profitable?
Yes, I would say that. Sure.
And you didn't know her at all before 2020?
No, sir.
So typically when people have that bond, like you say, that quick bond, they tend to learn about their history.
Yes.
And so did Ms. Gardner share with you her history with regard to Mr. Bridegan?
Yes, sir.
What did she say about their divorce and their custody issues and things like that?
I'm sorry.
What did she tell you about the divorce and the custody issues and things like that?
I can't remember specifically, but I am a child of divorce, so I quickly could relate to what she was going through.
Okay, so you don't remember any specifics?
Other normal, I would say.
Was she ever frustrated with Mr. Bridegan, the things he was doing?
Possibly, but nothing in specific as far as conversations or things. But I guess my point being, yes, I could say that she was frustrated.
Well, sure, but nothing like what you saw in the text messages in terms of threatening to kill him or anything like that?
No.
What did you know about Mario Fernandez Saldana?
That he was her husband. I don't know much about him.
Did you ever meet him?
I met him once when we came in August of 2022.
Same question about his relationship with Bridegan. Did you know anything about that?
No.
When you heard about the death of Jared Bridegan, did you hear that from the defendant?
Yes.
And when did she tell you that?
Maybe the day after it happened, or a couple days later. I couldn't be certain.
And no one's going to hold you to the specific time, but it was relatively close.
Yes.
It wasn't like weeks or months later.
No, sir.
And what did she tell you?
I'm sorry?
What did she tell you?
That she would not be attending CookieCon, that she would be staying home because of the event had happened.
Did she tell you any details about the event?
No, she did not.
Did you ask?
No, I did not.
Did you ever, in subsequent discussions with Ms. Gardner, ask about what she thought had happened?
Maybe months later, but not right after it happened.
So tell me about the months later.
She just mentioned that she wouldn't have known what had happened, that they didn't talk to the same people, maybe just theories, but nothing that I could recall specifically.
Did she ever utter a word about suspecting that Mario was involved?
No, sir.
Did she ever utter a word to you suspecting that Kirsten Bridegan, the current wife, was involved?
No, sir.
Did she ever utter anything about drug dealers or gangs or anything like that?
No, sir.
She basically said, I have no idea.
No, sir.
That's,
Yes.
Yes, okay. Did she ever mention Henry Tennant?
No.
Did you have any discussions with her after Mr. Tennant's arrest for driving on a suspended license?
No.
Did you ask her why she had a PR firm?
We did talk about that because of the harassment that she had received from social media.
And how is the PR firm going to help her with harassment from the social media?
I didn't ask specific questions to that.
What is your relationship with Ms. Gardner now?
In my eyes, she's still my neighbor and still a friend.
Well, during her incarceration, she's not your neighbor, so what is your relationship during her incarceration, since she's been incarcerated?
A friend?
Do you talk to her daily?
No, not daily.
Do you communicate with her over the tablet, phone calls and things like that?
When I'm able to or she's able to.
That's all the question I have.
Okay.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, we will call Megan White.
Megan White, please.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Just do it. Seat right here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cuddy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. White, where do you live?
I live in Alpine, Utah.
And what is your relationship with Shanna Gardner?
I'm her oldest sister.
And can you please explain to Judge Kite where you fit in the Gardner family?
Shelley and my dad got married when I was 5. So I'm from a previous marriage.
And how many kids do Shelley and Sterling have together?
They have 4, 5 counting me.
And are they all daughters?
Yes.
And where does Shanna fit into the 5 of you?
She's the baby.
Have you maintained a close relationship with your sister Shanna since she became an adult?
Yes,
And you have a niece and nephew through Shanna, the twins.
I do.
And they're now 12 years old, is that right?
Correct.
And there are a few subjects I want to talk to you about for the purposes of this motion to set a bond for your sister. And the first is Shanna's move to Washington State in the fall of 2022. So let's go back in earlier 2022. Had you visited your sister Shanna here in Jacksonville that year?
We came to Orlando that year, and she came with the kids to see us.
And were you aware as to whether or not in 2022 your parents, Shanna or Sterling and Shelley, whether or not they had bought a house in Jacksonville Beach?
Yes.
And was that a discussion amongst the family that they were buying that house?
Yes.
And what did the family call that house?
The beach house.
What was the purpose of the family buying the beach house?
So that when we came to Jacksonville to visit, we'd be able to stay there.
And was that located at 2709 Ocean Drive in Jacksonville Beach?
Yes.
That house was purchased shortly after Jared Bridegan was killed in February of 2022, correct?
Correct.
But the family still bought it.
Yes.
And did the family also buy a minivan
Yes, they did.
to keep at the beach house?
Yes.
Can you tell the judge why they bought a minivan?
To cart many people back and forth from the airport to the beach house to Shanna's house, wherever we needed to go.
And was it the intent of the family to have the beach house to essentially facilitate visiting Shanna here in Jacksonville?
Yes.
Prior to early fall of 2022, did you ever expect your sister Shanna to move from Jacksonville Beach?
No.
And why did you not expect her to move?
Because she stated she had roots here. She wasn't interested in leaving. She had a business. There was no reason for her to go.
And did that hold true even shortly after Jared Bridegan had been killed?
Yes.
And because you actually came to Jacksonville shortly after Jared Bridegan had been killed, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell Judge Kite the circumstances under which you came to Jacksonville?
Yes. I and a lot of my family came for the memorial for Jared.
And when you mean memorial, what are you speaking about?
The event that Shanna planned so that the children could have time to mourn their father and Have closure.
And the extended Gardner family, or many of them, flew in for that?
Yes.
And was it organized?
It was very organized.
Who organized it?
Shanna.
Where did it take place?
At the beach house.
Was there a photographer there?
Yes.
Why was there a photographer there?
Because Shanna felt because the kids were so young, she wanted them to remember that day. She wanted them to have a reference of that day.
About their father?
About their father.
Now, I want to fast forward to fall of 2022. Had things changed for Shanna in Jacksonville Beach?
Yes.
What had changed?
Her business was failing. The kids were, other kids at school were saying things to her kids that were not nice. She was being bullied by the media. The children were not feeling safe, and neither was she.
And, ma'am, we heard from Marla Rogers, but her son, your nephew, has a heart condition.
Yes.
How does that limit where he can live?
He can't go anywhere above 1,000 feet elevation.
But one of the places he could go was West Richland, Washington, where Marla Rogers lived.
Yes.
And Ms. Gardner ended up moving to West Richland, Washington. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you facilitate that move?
I drove with her cross country
In what vehicle?
in the minivan that was purchased here in Jacksonville.
And did Ms. Gardner do anything, or did you make any observations of Ms. Gardner as you all left the state of Florida?
Yes, as we were crossing the Florida line, she became very emotional and started crying.
Did she have any outbursts or say anything when she was crying?
I asked her why she was crying, and she said that she was heartbroken because this was her home, and she felt like she was being run out of her home.
Now, after Shanna was arrested in August of 2023, who had been the primary caregivers for her children?
She had been.
And after her arrest?
After her arrest, my dad and Shelley.
And how old is your father?
He's 74.
And how old is Mrs. Gardner?
62.
And have they essentially moved to Washington State?
Yes.
Do you fly out to Washington State from Utah to assist them?
I do.
About how often?
It's worked out to be about every other month for a week.
When you go out there and essentially, I imagine you're giving your parents a break, is that?
Yes.
When you go out and give your parents a break, have you observed the impact on the twins by their limited contact with Ms. Gardner?
Yes.
Can you tell the judge about the impact?
There have been several times when they've become upset and they've expressed wanting to speak to their mother. And because she can only speak to them certain times of the day, she's not readily available for them.
And does she have a special connection with her son?
She does.
Can you tell Judge Kite about that?
There have been times where LB has had problems when he's been struggling, and later on, you know, when Shanna has called, we'll find that she's been having a rough day also. So it's a connection that goes beyond distance.
Now, were you ever aware that Miss Gardner had left her children in Washington and come back to the Southeast after Mr. Fernandez had been arrested?
Yes.
And what was your understanding as to why she did that?
It was to protect the kids in case she was arrested, so that she would be here to be available to turn herself in if needed.
Now, does the Gardner family have any homes out of this country?
No.
Any family that lives abroad?
No.
After, Miss Gardner, Shanna eventually returned to Washington State after many months. Correct?
Yes.
What steps did the family take after she returned to Washington with respect to the possibility of her being arrested?
There was always a member of our family with her. In the event that she was arrested, we wanted to ensure that there was someone there with the kids so that it would be as least traumatic as possible for them.
And did you perform that duty at time?
I did.
Did other family members do the same?
Yes.
Ma'am, there's been some talk about the daughter's baptism.
Yes.
Were you aware, well, let me ask this, are you a practicing member of the church?
I am.
And is most of the Gardner family a practicing member of the church?
Most of us, yes.
And Shanna still communicated with you at all times, right?
All times.
And did Shanna speak to you about her daughter being baptized?
She did.
Can you tell the judge about those conversations, please?
She sent a text to us saying that AB had chosen to be baptized. And when I spoke to her personally, we were talking about that, and she said that she just wanted to make sure that AB was conscious of the choice that she was making, that she was informed, and that she supported her 100%. And, as long as she had that knowledge, as long as Shanna felt like she had that knowledge, she was 100% on board, and even ended up buying the baptism dress for her.
As in Miss Gardner did, your sister?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ms. White, you heard the prosecutor talk about the significant resources that your parents have.
Yes.
Are those the same resources that they used to fly Shanna here after Mario had been arrested?
Yes.
And who paid for her to stay in all these Airbnbs and hotels for months?
My dad, Shelley.
And who paid to fly the kids down to see Ms. Gardner during that period of time?
My dad, Shelley.
And is there a willingness on behalf of the family to invest the same resources to make sure that if Ms. Gardner is given a bond, that she will remain available to the court?
Of course.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Cross.
Ms. White, has AB been baptized?
No.
Is AB, LB, and Ms. Gardner members of any ward in Washington?
No.
Isn't it true that your sister, Ms. Gardner, was actually very upset about the baptism dress? Because wasn't there a dispute with Kirsten Bridegan over who was going to take AB shopping for that dress?
I'm not aware of that.
Ms. Gardner has been vocal to you and her other sisters about, at the time, her jealousy as to AB's relationship with Kirsten Bridegan and becoming closer. Isn't that correct?
No.
Ms. Gardner was upset and annoyed that AB's baptism was going to take place at Jared Bridegan's ward instead of her own. Isn't that correct?
I'm not aware of that.
And over the years, obviously, you were around when Shanna and Jared got divorced, and you would agree with me that it was a very acrimonious divorce.
Sure.
Your parents, in fact, don't like and did not like Jared Bridegan, correct?
Are you speaking which tense?
Both, either.
I don't think they cared for the way that he treated their daughter.
And there was a lot of litigation, and your family was greatly involved in the litigation with Shanna Gardner about protecting her money from Jared Bridegan during their divorce, correct?
I would not say that, no.
Ms. Gardner and Mario Fernandez are still married to this day, aren't they?
Sure.
Well, are they or are they not married?
I believe they are.
And Mario Fernandez was married to Shanna from 2018 till present, so he was in AB and LB's life for a while.
Correct.
And after Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner separated sometime in the summer of 2022, he has not seen the children since then. Isn't that correct?
To my knowledge, no.
He hasn't been to the home in West Richland, Washington.
Not to my knowledge.
And you and your family members haven't spoken to him since then.
No.
Did Ms. Gardner ever express to you or other members of the family that she had concerns that Mario Fernandez was involved in Jared's death?
I've never heard that.
She's never told you that?
No,
What about after Mario was arrested?
no,
Your family never had a conversation after her current husband was arrested for the murder of her ex-husband about his involvement?
no.
It just never came up?
I've never been a part of that, a conversation like that.
Your family has annual meetings, right, with minutes?
Yes,
Okay. Did it come up at this year's annual meeting?
no.
The death of Jared Bridegan didn't come up?
In our last meeting, no.
Has it come up at any family meetings?
Not to my knowledge.
There was no conversation with Shanna Gardner after Henry Tennant was arrested for the murder of Jared Bridegan?
About Henry Tennant? No.
So before Mario Fernandez was arrested, before Ms. Gardner was arrested, Henry Tennant was arrested and publicly named as the individual who shot and killed Jared Bridegan, and Shanna Gardner never discussed that with you or the family members?
She never discussed it with me, no.
She never told you who Henry Tennant was?
She didn't have to. The media did just fine.
She never told you that she knew nothing about it, or she didn't even know Henry Tennant? No conversation at all?
No.
Judge, I don't object, asked and answered, and well beyond scope of direct.
I'll give some leeway. Overruled.
Has she ever spoken to you, and since you're the caregivers of the children, about conversations she's had with AB and LB about their father's death?
Could you say that again?
Has she ever spoken with you about the conversations she has had with LB and AB about their father's death?
Yes.
What has she said that she's told them?
Well, I don't remember anything specific other than, answering questions that they may have.
Like, how was Mario Fernandez involved?
I'm not aware of that.
Have the children ever asked her that?
I'm not aware of that.
As the current or part-time caregiver of the children, have they ever asked you that?
No.
The children have never once asked you about what you...
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Go ahead, finish. Go ahead.
The children have never once asked you about what you know about Mario Fernandez's involvement in their father's death.
I'll overrule it. You can answer.
No.
Have the children ever mentioned Mario in the entire time since they've left the state of Florida?
His name has come up in things that they used to do with him. As LB has mentioned a couple of times, video games that they had played together. Beyond that, no.
You mentioned a memorial that Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez had for Jared Bridegan at your parents' beach house. Shelly Gardner, who's your stepmother, correct?
Yes.
She actually published those photos on her blog, So Shelly, correct?
Yeah.
And discussed the memorial on her blog, correct?
Yes.
And do you work for Stamping Up?
I do not.
Members of your family work for Stamping Up, correct?
Yes.
Stamping Up is the company that Shelly and your dad own.
Yes.
And Stamping Up released a letter about Jared Bridegan's death, didn't they?
Yes, I believe they did.
Despite the blog posts about his memorial and the public letter released by her company, you're telling this court that no one in your family has ever discussed the murder of Jared Bridegan or the involvement of any of the charged parties.
Have we talked about the murder? Yes. Have we speculated? No.
Well, what have you talked about?
The fact that he was murdered?
Murdering means at the hands of another. You've never discussed who could possibly have been the one to murder him?
No.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Redirect.
Ms. White, was it a conscious effort by the family not to ask Shanna Gardner questions about her case?
Yes.
Were you aware that she had retained an attorney in 2022?
I was.
And was the entire family aware that this was going on?
Yes.
And was the family told not to discuss the case with Shanna Gardner?
We were told.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions. Thank you, Ms. White.
They should be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, how do y'all want to proceed? Going with argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, y'all have competing motions.
Correct. I was going to ask Mr. Curry to first, or whoever's doing the argument.
I am, Your Honor. I'll defer to the state. I think.
All right, we'll have the state go
They went
first.
first.
Okay.
And I do think it's their burden with respect to the Arthur hearing, because if they don't meet their burden, or if they do meet their burden, it's over.
Okay.
Please, the court.
Yes.
Jared Bridegan was brutally murdered, ambushed on a dark, desolate road with his 2-year-old child, strapped in her car seat, her face still sticky with ice cream after dropping his children off at this woman's house. Murder. The words used by defense witnesses have been died, his death, not for a robbery, not for road rage, not any action he did, but solely because he was an inconvenience to this woman. This was a cold, calculated, premeditated murder following years of plotting and planning, manifesting, hoping, wishing, making it happen, seeking, enticing, inciting, encouraging. Shanna Gardner was not present on the scene. Nobody is saying that. She went to Walmart, she went home. There are no direct text messages that the state can find or ever will find because she planned this murder with her current husband whom she lived with. The circumstances and the circumstantial evidence in this case weigh so heavily in pointing the finger at her as the person who set this entire event into motion over years, based on this idea that she was fixated on, that she wanted freedom from Jared Bridegan, freedom to do what she wanted with the children, freedom to be in charge of her own trust, freedom to make decisions about their therapy, their medications, their religion, where they would live, what they would do, when they would do it. Despite the myriad of other alternatives available to Shanna Gardner, a woman of her resources, her education, her influence, and her power, she chose murder instead of the court system, instead of the legal system. The state of Florida and the law enforcement officers who worked tirelessly on this case for years and years and years not only established evidence of this woman's guilt, but they eliminated every other viable suspect in the state of Florida, certainly practically on the face of this planet, that would have any reason to target and ambush Jared Bridegan. Because again, this isn't road rage, this isn't a gang initiation, this isn't a drug deal gone bad, this isn't an affair or a drug debt or a beef with somebody. This was somebody hiding in the woods on a dark night, waiting for this man to move a tire from the middle of the road and gunning him down in cold blood while his daughter sat in the car seat covering her eyes with her jelly shoes. And the evidence the court has to look at in this case is the circumstances surrounding this. She was her own worst enemy and her own greatest witness against herself because she was so vocal for so long about wanting this to happen, about how much she hated Jared, and the people she spoke to about her plan are people that she thought she could trust, that would never take the stand against her, or people she thought wouldn't be believed. It is not easy to find someone or hire someone or solicit someone to kill someone. There are no yellow pages for it. There's no attorney she can call, no someone to refer her like they referred her to an Airbnb to hide out to before she surrenders herself. The people she asked were people that she knew. A trainer from a gym that I had an affair with. A tattoo artist and a tenant of my husband who has a criminal record. People that she, in her mind, believes to be involved in the criminal justice system. The only people in her circle, in her world, that she thinks without any kind of knowledge about doing this type of activity, because everyone else in her world is equally educated, equally influenced, equally affluent, and not involved in this corner of life. Her own words and her actions preceding this homicide and her actions after this homicide are the proof evident presumption great of her guilt. We filed a motion to deny her bail under the Florida Constitution and Arthur, as well as the pretrial detention statute. We have met our burden today. We presented live testimony. The state of Florida could have presented affidavits, put our detective on the stand to prove that heightened level, that heightened burden with a heightened presentation of case, subjecting him to cross-examination. And we have proved that she has committed the charges against her as a conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation to commit first-degree murder, as a principal to first-degree premeditated murder, as well as a principal to child abuse. The principal instruction in Florida is just that she had a conscious intent the death of Jared Bridegan occur, and that she did some act or said something that was intended to and did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise other people to carry out this homicide. And again, she had no dealings directly with Henry Tennant. There are no communications the state of Florida has, or even if we had, that we could use at trial between her and Mario Fernandez, because they have stayed married to this day. What we have is a tremendous circumstantial case against her based on her words and her actions. Circumstances that she incited, because we will never have direct evidence of that unless Mario Fernandez Saldana decides to become a state cooperator. Those being that this woman is the only person in the world that had this level of resentment, hatred, and motivation to ambush, eliminate Jared Bridegan. That she wanted to have total control and freedom over the decisions in rearing their children, that she spoke at her interview with Jacksonville Beach Police about her resentment for how he was during their marriage, and some resentment for how she felt that he was acting now, as you know, now he's turned the corner, now he's the perfect husband, now he's the perfect father. And that freedom, that motivation is evident based on where everybody ended up, because Henry Tennant, no doubt, pulled the trigger and killed Jared Bridegan. He's confessed to it. He says he did it. He says Mario Fernandez solicited him, paid him, provided the firearm, drove him there, was on scene when he murdered Jared Bridegan. There is no motivation for Henry Tennant to do this crime without being incited, encouraged, or assisted by Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez. And there is no motive for Mario Fernandez to do this without the encouragement and solicitation and permission of Shanna Gardner. The most damning evidence we have comes from Shanna Gardner's own statements to her best friend, a woman she trusts with her life, a woman she talks to 5 or 6 times a day, a woman she tells the most intimate, mundane details of her life, a woman that tagged herself, quote, Team Shanna, a woman who was dragged to grand jury, was withholding, minimizing, refusing to tell police about text messages, all because she wanted to protect her best friend. The statements that she did give the state of Florida and law enforcement, likely just the tip of the iceberg of what this woman actually knows. And she wasn't bullied, she wasn't threatened, there was no show of force as suggested in defense cross-examination that we put her in a patrol car, put a bunch of posters in front of her face and made her tell us what we wanted to hear. What she told us is in black and white in these text messages. She said it at the grand jury under oath, and she said it again. And she's going to say it on that stand at the trial. That days before Jared Bridegan was ambushed, targeted, murdered, with no other suspects and no other motivation, that this woman sat across from Mario Fernandez in Hawaii and told her, if you really don't want me to do this, you need to tell me now. The evidence that she said yes is so overwhelming because the ultimate result, the consequence, speaks to the action. He would not have done this. He would not have gone to Henry Tennant, given him the gun, and done this action if she hadn't said yes. Because in the end, she got what she wanted. She and Mario Fernandez stayed married, but they went their separate ways. She got control of her trust. She got to move to Washington. She has her children. No one's interfering with her now. She's got even her current husband, ex-husband, Bridegan family, nobody's interfering with her choices regarding her children. She ended up on top. Henry Tennant got $5,000. Mario Fernandez got the proceeds of a sale and got to remain in a marriage and go on his separate way. But the person who benefited in the end is one of the jury instructions we tell jurors to look at. What benefit or favorable treatment, what do they get out of their testimony? It's the same motivation as to why this crime was committed. Who ended up with everything they wanted? Shanna Gardner, and that speaks to her being the one that put this whole thing into action. She has a pecuniary interest in this without Jared Bridegan having any legal entanglements her because he's deceased. She now can control her trust. There are years of incitement, and I anticipate and I understand. Maybe if there were some remote text messages that were joking from 2015, everybody jokes about their ex. I get that. Everybody in this courtroom gets it. There's nobody here who hasn't said something at some point in a joking manner, like these text messages about the insurance for the medicine or the little, I'm not going to say the word, referring to her son. But those people didn't end up dead. They didn't end up dead 10 minutes after leaving her house, less than a mile from leaving her house, shot at the hands of a person who's renting a home from her company that's funded by her trust, implicating her current husband. There's no one unlucky or that naive in this world that this woman didn't know about this, wanted to happen, and cover up everything that happened afterwards. She attempted to solicit other people. It wasn't just, I wish I could hire a hitman. It was, I'm not joking. I'm serious. Your Honor can read the text. Do you think M would do it? Do you think H would do it? There are days in a row where she's saying, should I talk to him? Should I reach out to him? Should I ask him? She tells the brother of the victim, I want to hire a hitman, and she's serious. She tells a tattoo artist, because she probably, in her world, thinks a tattoo artist knows hitmen, if he knows anybody. Years and years and years and years go by, and defense counsel brought up a great point, which is this all stopped sometime in 2017. Well, that's when she meets Mario Fernandez Saldana, and he tells her, I've got a military background. By the way, I know 4 guys who can break into Jared's house, make it look like an accident, no one will ever know. Or make it look like a burglary, no one will ever know. There's no need to solicit a hitman, she married him. The money paid to Henry Tennant to complete this task is drawn from an LLC that she and Mario Fernandez jointly control that is funded by her trust fund. And the $5,000 payment for the murder, he got $2,000, $3,000 for actual legitimate work. He was paid $5,000 for a Kickstarter for a pallet business, which was actually the first down payment on what would be a funneling of funds through him over time to repay him for this hit. And when Your Honor looks back at those wire calls, Shanna Gardner is telling her PR firm and Kim Jensen that, oh, this guy Henry Tennant, they arrested for murder. There's one thing they could twist against me. It's that we gave him $5,000 last year. It is very telling to this court and should show her mind and her knowledge that she only mentioned that $5,000. She didn't mention the $2,000 and the $3,000. Those are for legitimate work. She knows the $5,000 is what they're going to twist because she knows that was the $5,000 earmarked for the hit. I'm going to anticipate there's no question that Mario Fernandez did this in conjunction with Henry Tennant. Henry Tennant gave a sworn statement saying as much. He's taken his plea of guilty to murder, second-degree murder. The children, there are some disputes about whether he was there or not there. Henry Tennant says he was there driving the truck. And Henry Tennant was on foot. Somebody was driving that truck, and Jacksonville Beach Police eliminated everybody else other than Mario Fernandez Saldana. By the way, Henry Tennant has said this after they've already found evidence of Mario Fernandez's involvement, because it's corroborated. But Henry Tennant didn't know what evidence Jacksonville Beach Police had when he gave his statement. He pled at his first court date. There's going to be an argument that these are just words, that the court shouldn't look at this as her responsibility, that she didn't assist Fernandez, or she had no part of this, had no knowledge of it. That her actions are strong indication of her guilt. It shows her as a conscious of guilt. It shows her as a willing participation in this. There was no renunciation of this. She sat in front of detectives with the Jacksonville Beach Police Department April 15th of 2022 and told them, I don't know what happened to Jared. Maybe it was a gang initiation. Maybe it was a drug deal gone bad. Maybe Kirsten Bridegan killed him. All while sitting there knowing that for the past years, Mario Fernandez has been telling her every time they have a fight that he'll take care of Jared. That Mario Fernandez has been telling her that he would run him off the road, that he followed him through his stairwell, that he was having a hard time taking care of it, meaning kill him, because COVID was preventing Jared from leaving the house. And that days before Jared's murder, Mario said to her in Hawaii, if you don't want me to do this now, you need to tell me.
When did that come out? I might have missed that. Who said that?
Ms.
Who would
Jensen.
testify to that?
Ms. Jensen,
Okay.
Kim Jensen, these are all statements that Kim Jensen gave to law enforcement in the state of Florida in July of 2023. And she testified to it, testified to Detective Johns on redirect at the grand jury in February of 2023.
So that was her grand jury testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
For which part?
The Hawaii statement.
The Hawaii
The Hawaii statement.
The what?
Hawaii statement.
The Hawaii statement.
That's what I'm going to term it, the Hawaii statement.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt.
She's being interviewed as a witness. She doesn't bring up any of this information, which is extremely germane and extremely of interest to investigators, and in fact, affirmatively sends them down a different path, bringing up these other theories. There's evidence that Ring camera footage that Gardner and Fernandez were provided the search warrant for Ring by Ring. I won't say inadvertently, but it should not have been done, and that there was footage that should have been there based on the habit of life of the recording device itself and what the investigators knew about the movements of the children that night and about other recordings they were able to find. And there was discussion between Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen regarding the Ring. That discussion came days after Henry Tenen was arrested on unrelated charges. There's deletion of messages in her phone and in her cloud, messages that the detective testified are present in Kim Jensen's phone and not present in Ms. Gardner's phone. And by the way, these messages provided by defense counsel about killing the insurance salesperson and her own children were not deleted because she didn't really mean them. She deleted the text message about killing Jared Bridegan because she really didn't mean that. She got different phones. I know there's going to be a ton of argument that she was advised to do this by attorneys, that it's not her fault, none of this is consciousness of guilt, but she's calling this a burner phone. Her own children are telling detectives, are you looking for mommy's burner phone? She's talking to Kim Jensen on the wire intercept about evading law enforcement interception of their communications. And she's not talking about it in the context of, let's talk about some embarrassing, intimate things about my life. They're talking about it in the context of Henry Tenen, truck, payments for their PR firm. Those are the subject matters where they stop talking and say, maybe we shouldn't talk about this on the phone. Maybe we should try FaceTime. Maybe we should try something else. There's an innocent explanation for everything individually, but it's the totality of circumstances that you look at. No innocent person would talk this way, act this way, do the things she did, not do the things she did, and not say the things that she didn't say. Her contact with Fernandez during his trip to Canada, I mean, that's what the children said, he's going camping in Canada, but there's no dispute from the detective that Mario Fernandez started driving up the East Coast, that he had no pre-planned, prepaid hotel rooms. They were able to see that he's showing up in places, calling and getting hotel rooms spur of the moment, buying toiletries, and then when he's speaking to Shanna Gardner as her children are being interviewed by CPT, and when they leave, and she's able to have an opportunity to be alone with them, she calls them, and all of a sudden he turns and comes back home. All of this together adds up to a consciousness of guilt that shows that she knew this was going to happen, she wanted it to happen, she encouraged it to happen, and she ended up pleased with the results because she got everything she wanted. She didn't tell anyone about this. She didn't get a call from Mario Fernandez on August 18, 2022 about Henry Tenen in a broken truck and call Jacksonville Beach Police and tell them, hey, there's this guy, he's got a truck, you should look at him. No, she called her PR firm, worried about what they were going to charge him with. She told Kim Jensen on a wiretap that she was worried what Tenen was going to tell investigators and what Tenen was going to tell the police about the payments and how he was going to throw them under the bus for what he did because they were involved. Detective John said that Kim Jensen admitted at a grand jury and on that meeting in July of 2023 that Shanna Gardner had disclosed to her she knew about a man named Henry. She had met him before. She knew he had a broke down truck like the one the police were looking for on the news. And in The Wire, the first call she makes when she's confronted by media after the planned leak that a big break was coming or an arrest was coming, her first reaction is that of a guilty person, which is she tells Kim Jensen, I didn't want to know anything else about it. I turned from the reporter and ran away. I got my car. I left. Your Honor will hear it on the Wire recording that's in evidence. Should I give Mario, meaning Fernandez Saldana, a man that she is separated from and hasn't spoken to in months and has no plans to resume her relationship with, should I give Mario a heads up about this big break in the case? I could go to Marla Rogers' house and use her phone so that they can't hear it, so that they can't find it. That's because she wanted to give Mario a warning. One of us is about to get arrested. Someone's about to get arrested. We've been caught. Your Honor looks at her motivation, the financials, the financial trail back to her, her years of incitement, her years of intent, the fact that she used code words when she's talking about this. If this was a joke, there's no need for code words and deletions. There's no need to use FaceTime to evade a wiretap. The evidence does establish proof evident presumption great that she was a principal to first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit capital murder, solicitation to commit capital murder, and child abuse, because she knew BB would be in that car. She was in that car every week for date night. It's important for this court, under Arthur and under the pretrial detention statute, to look at the legislative intent. Under Arthur, this court could deny bond to somebody accused of armed robbery or any other first-degree felony, even with no criminal record. Not only is this the highest crime that someone can be charged with, first-degree premeditated murder, she's been charged with first-degree premeditated capital murder. There's a death notice filed. This is not just a dangerous felony. This is not just a first-degree felony. This is not just premeditated murder. It's cold, calculated premeditated murder. It's contemporaneous violence. It's pecuniary gain. We've established through the testimony of Detective Johns not only proof evident presumption great and substantial probability of her guilt, but of the aggravators as well. That she knew Bexley Bridegan would be in that vehicle for contemporaneous violence, that pecuniary gain, she knew that if Jared Bridegan were dead, she could control her own trust, that she could move where she wanted and have her freedom financially and with the children, and that this was cold, calculated, premeditated, because there are attempts by Mario Fernandez and Henry Tennant on prior occasions, and they've been talking about this for years. And the actual concrete plan between Tennant and Fernandez, they've been talking about for months. And the amount of money they promised Henry Tennant, $150,000, was going to come from her trust. There was no way Mario Fernandez could promise that money without her blessing, because he had to get it from somewhere. Under Florida Statute 907041, we talk about the evidence of danger to the community, flight risk, and integrity of the judicial process. I know the defense has elicited testimony and will make argument that she was willing to turn herself in. Her attorney sent an email to the state of Florida saying, let me know, I'll turn her in. And she moved to Washington to be with a friend and live in a nice house. Just because they offered to turn her in doesn't mean that she can move all around the country secretly and then turn around and say, well, you knew where to find me the whole time. Law enforcement had to actively track and seek this woman to find her. It's not like her attorney is emailing us. She's nearby. She's in Tallahassee. She's in Savannah. If you're looking for her, she's not in Washington. She moved across the country to a house purchased for her by her parents through an LLC. That's a lot of steps for law enforcement to find her, to find where she's living. Again, this money, these resources, this wealth that this family has that she has access to can be funneled through all of these companies, LLCs, shell companies. It would be impossible to track somebody with this many resources in this many ways to move money. They were going to move the money to Henry Tennant through a shell company, through a pallet business. They were going to seed this business, and that's how they were going to make these payments and launder this money through for this head. Integrity of the judicial process, that's in the statute. If out on bond, this defendant has access, influence, and power over key witnesses and key evidence in this case. There's already been testimony that she has deleted evidence, that she is calling Kim Jensen when she's on her way to grand jury, when she's on her way to the state attorney's office, that she's having her attorney call her. Her children are witnesses in this case. She has access now to her children in a way that can be monitored, but she would have access to her children and over whatever they say, don't say, and know and don't know about the testimony they're going to give. She got burner phones. Her parents are witnesses. Her family members are witnesses. The state has serious concerns, and this court should share them about the integrity of this case and the judicial process going forward. Lastly, again, this is the most serious criminal offense there is, capital murder. The evidence shows she's been plotting this over the years. She exercised or showed a cold disregard for the safety of BB. The sheer depth and breadth and relentlessness of this plot, what she was willing to do and try to get other people to do and got other people to do, shows that she is dangerous per se by the resulting action, the resulting consequence of her actions. Whatever explanation for every individual action or every individual statement or every individual text over years and years and years and years that can be argued, there is no escaping that she set this event in motion, that without her, none of this would have happened. She may not have pulled the trigger, but she has Jared Bridegan's blood on her hands nonetheless. We're asking the court to grant the state's motion to deny her bail.
All right, thank you. I just want to clarify one thing, Ms. Stifler. When I look back, at my notes, what I wrote is that her family has an annual trip to Hawaii, and approximately a week before the murder, that Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez went on the trip. They returned 4 days before the murder. And then I have KJ text something about Fernandez, that Ms. Gardner was frustrated with Fernandez, and Fernandez was going to kill to save the marriage. Is that what you're saying was in the grand jury, or is that a text message?
I believe that Detective Johns testified as to many statements Kim Jensen made orally and at grand jury. Those were not in a text. The statement that Kim Jensen testified to at grand jury, and again reiterated to law enforcement officers in July 2023, was that Mario told her in Hawaii, if you don't want me to do this, meaning take care of, kill Jared Bridegan, you need to let me know now. And that was days before he was murdered, and that was a statement she did not disclose to police at her interview.
And she got that information from who?
From Ms. Gardner. Everything Ms. Jensen testified to at grand jury, told to law enforcement, were disclosures made to her by Shanna Gardner.
There was no text?
Not for that, no ma'am. The statement about Mario Fernandez saying that he needed to save his marriage and do this to save his marriage, that was an oral statement testified to by Detective Johns from Henry Tennant's sworn statement. Henry Tennant said, Mario Fernandez came to me and said, this needs to happen now, I need to
I do have that note earlier, but I thought the Hawaii trip, so there was no text message.
No text message. That was from grand jury testimony and then her oral statements to law enforcement in July of 2023.
All right, thank you. And I'll let the defense comment on that if you see things differently.
Yes, sir. Can I have a brief sidebar?
Yes. 1 second, I got things disorganized. All right, Mr. Crady.
Yes, Judge. The state told you that this was a circumstantial evidence case, and we agree. The only difference is that we believe the evidence they have is both stale and weak. I want to remind the court that Article 1, Section 14 of the Florida Constitution says that the standard for an Arthur hearing is proof of guilt is evidence or the presumption is great. And if the state does not carry that burden, the defendant shall be entitled to release on reasonable conditions. If no conditions of release can reasonably protect the community from risk of physical harm to persons, assure the presence of the accused at trial, or assure the integrity of the judicial process, then the accused may, it's not a shall, it's a may, be detained. The state burden of persuasion here, proof evident or presumption great, is higher than proof beyond a reasonable doubt for the state to obtain a conviction at trial. That's Thorntman versus Junior, 338 Southern 3rd 207. That's the Florida Supreme Court, 2022. And to quote the United States Supreme Court judge, no right is held more sacred or is more carefully guarded by the common law than the right of every individual to the possession and control of her person, free from all restraint or interference of others, unless by clear and unquestionable authority of the law. And that is Union Pacific Railroad versus Botsford, 141 U.S. 250, 1891. And that is routinely cited by Florida appellate courts that are reviewing habeas petitions en banc. Judge, I also want to direct your attention to Rule 3.132, the pretrial detention statute. And that statute says, a final order of pretrial detention shall not be based exclusively on hearsay evidence. And I would say that everything that Ms. Stifler just argued to get over the standard is hearsay. And to be honest, Detective Johns was not credible, and you can't even believe his hearsay. They didn't bring you firsthand evidence, and they could have. They could have called Kim Jensen to the stand for you, Your Honor. They could have admitted Kim Jensen's grand jury testimony. They chose to call a detective who couldn't even get his facts right. You heard that he told this court that Mr. Byrd interpreted that comment by Ms. Gardner back that she made in 2016 or 2015, whatever it was, that meant murder. Well, Mr. Bias showed him the report where Mr. Byrd told the detectives. I didn't take it to mean anything at the time. He told the court that there was no way that Ms. Gardner would have known about the blue truck in January when she made that controlled call at the courthouse, or even in August when she called her PR team. Within an hour after Mr. Tennant is arrested, detectives are at the house on Potomac Avenue that Mr. Fernandez owns, and they're telling the tenant there, Mr. Ordway, hey, your buddy Tennant's blue truck was used in the murder of Bridegan. And that wasn't the first time they were at that house. The detective told you that. And the detective also told you during cross-examination that after that, Mr. Ordway called Mr. Fernandez right away. And that sets up the link that Ms. Gardner now has all this information because the state told you that they live together and they talk. So that is not that Ms. Gardner had this information back in April when she spoke to the police. It's not that she had it back in March when she spoke to the police and she just withheld it. But if you're Ms. Gardner and you have a PR team and you have a lawyer by August of 2022, what do? You reach out to them. And listen to the wires because that's indicative of the conversation she has with these people. They never tell her to go to the police. So you can't penalize her, and it doesn't move the needle at all that she's guilty because she follows the advice of professionals. The statements of Kim Jensen that you heard, 100% hearsay other than those text messages. And those text messages are old, and I'll talk about those. The testimony about Liam Bridegan. You saw the video. You'll have it, 1 hour and 23. I didn't play it, but he repeats himself at 1 hour and 34 minutes again. Yes, I saw Mario Fernandez in the house. He was playing video games. 1 hour 23, 1 hour 34. And Your Honor knows that that is a child protection team interview, that those are trained interviewers. Their purpose there is to ensure that the child is not being coached and that the child is not being manipulated. You heard the state say, well, the child was coached. She coached her kids. There's no evidence of coaching. You heard a lot of evidence of suspicion and a lot about motive. You can read 1,000 cases, Your Honor, that all say that motive is not an element to the crime of first-degree murder. Let's talk about the text messages. These texts are in 2015 and 2016 predominantly, maybe some in 2017. The detective's like, oh yeah, this continued up to 2021 and 2022. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Don't you think that the state, who has the burden here that's higher than beyond a reasonable doubt, would have hit print? They don't exist, Your Honor. They don't exist. What they show is they show dislike towards Mr. Bridegan. You have a friend venting to another friend over a very difficult co-parenting situation and a contentious divorce. And many adults in similar circumstances say the exact same thing. They're indicators of frustration, but not proof of a murder on February 16th of 2022. In retrospect, those words were clearly poor judgment, but poor judgment does not in any way equate to actual intent and does not prove misconduct in this case, which would be a first-degree murder. There is zero, and I'll talk about this, there is zero evidence that was brought before you today of any act by Miss Gardner that was done with the intent to carry out a plan or directly carry out the murder of Jared Bridegan. Detective Johns testified on direct, oh, it was a contentious divorce. They were in and out of court. They talked about, child custody. He hadn't even read the court filings. Hadn't even read the court filings. He told you that after on cross-examination when Mr. Byers brought it up. And what did Mr. Byers tease out? Mr. Byers brought up that it was about money. It was about money for Jared Bridegan. And what did Jared Bridegan get from Miss Gardner? Because money is important in this case, according to the state. Jared Bridegan stopped paying child support so the kids could go to because Miss Gardner wanted the kids to go to the Discover School. He fought tooth and nail. And then Miss Gardner said, I'll waive the child support. Why? Because in reality, she didn't need it. And this is not a murder so that she can be trustee of her own trust. You heard that Mr. Fernandez was the one writing the checks to the Discovery School. He was transferring the money. He was doing everything with the finances. It didn't matter to Miss Gardner. She had all the money in the world. All she had to do was ask Mr. Fernandez, the trustee. And Your Honor heard the reason for that. So that income, that money, would not be directly attributable to Shanna Gardner, so that then Jared Bridegan couldn't go after her for child support and say, well, she has all this money. But that's not a motive because there's no evidence that Shanna Gardner financially benefited whatsoever from the death of Jared Bridegan. There's this fallacy that Shanna Gardner, was free to do whatever she wanted. I think that's what Ms. Stifler said, that she could move to Washington. That is a false narrative, Judge. You heard from Megan White that Shanna was run out of town and cried when she left Florida. You heard from Marla Rogers specifically about how it came about to where Shanna Gardner moved to Washington State. You heard that she lost her business as a result of the social media smear campaign. You heard that her children felt threatened, that she felt threatened. And that is all corroborated. Why? Because, Your Honor, you have it as a defense exhibit that the Gardner family spent millions of dollars on a home in Jacksonville Beach, and that home was bought, I think, 2 weeks after. I think they closed 2 weeks after Jared Bridegan was killed. Why? So the Gardners had a place as a family to stay when they could come visit Florida. And that type of investment shows that Miss Gardner never intended to leave Florida. And it shows that Jared Bridegan was never killed so that Miss Gardner could have this miraculous freedom. There's the fallacy of the baptism, right? That Shanna killed Jared Bridegan over religion. Well, first of all, you heard that in the consent final judgment that she agreed that the kids were going to be raised in one church. You heard that Shanna may have been upset at first that the child wanted to be baptized in the church, but she did not obstruct it. In fact, she facilitated it. You heard that from Bishop Curry. And you heard that it was a coordinated effort. And the reality is, and you heard this from many witnesses, that Miss Gardner was not anti-church. She's still associated with them. Her family was still members of the church. She was not anti her daughter being baptized. That is not a motive. That is not a reason in this case. It's a false narrative. There's this idea that Miss Gardner was going to pay for Mr. Tennant, right? And how could she have not been aware of this $5,000? Mr. Fernandez was the trustee. He handled all finances. The trust is clear that Miss Gardner played no role in the finances. The bank records that you were given are clear, and the detective said it, that Mr. Fernandez wrote all the checks on that account that was used to write the checks to Henry Tennant. Miss Gardner played no role in that account or that business, though her name is on the LLC. Those homes were Mr. Fernandez's homes before they got married. Those checks that they admitted, those are all written by Mr. Fernandez. There is no financial evidence linking Miss Gardner to anything that has to do with this case. Mr. Fernandez even wrote the checks, the detective agreed, for the kids' school. I mean, the one thing that you think Miss Gardner, if she was going to write checks for, would be the kids' school. She didn't even do that. There is no physical evidence, no video evidence, nothing linking Miss Gardner to the killing. In fact, I think everyone agrees that she's at Walmart up until minutes before the kids get home that night on February 16th before date night. And the detective stubbornly agreed, but anything could have happened on that way home from Walmart, a crash could have occurred, traffic, and Miss Gardner wouldn't have been there for the kids to be dropped off. Why would Miss Gardner cut it so close, Your Honor? Well, because she believed Mr. Fernandez would be there, which is what Liam Bridegan says in the CPT. Henry Tennant and clear, Your Honor, does not mention Shanna Gardner in the planning or execution of the killing. He does not ever even say he has ever met her, because Mr. Bias cross-examined the detective on that, and the detective corrected him and said, no, Tennant didn't say that. Miss Gardner says that in a phone call that she met him once 5 years earlier. And you'll hear that. And what is the state's theory of the killing? The state's theory of the killing is that Miss Gardner said, hey, I'm going to divorce you unless you go kill Jared Bridegan, and then I'm going to stay with you, and that's going to save our marriage. That's the state's theory. That's what Henry Tennant says. They had already told the school that they were divorcing. And guess what? They all but divorced. And because they did what they said they were going to do, the state somehow tells you that's evidence of first-degree murder.
Can I ask you about that?
Yes.
So I want your view on that same statement that I just asked Ms. Stifler about.
The Hawaii statement?
Correct.
Well, what Ms. Stifler left out, I think the detective said it, was Shanna Gardner's response, according to Ms. Jensen, was absolutely not.
Okay. And that came not through a text message. That came not through a text message, but grand jury testimony. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding. But I believe the detective said this because I think Ms. Stifler brought it out on direct, that Ms. Jensen's testimony was that Ms. Gardner said absolutely not. I don't want that.
And this was delivered when she got back from Hawaii. This was from Ms. Gardner, supposedly,
to Ms. Jensen.
KJ after the Hawaii trip.
After the Hawaii trip, or during, or maybe it was a phone call from Hawaii.
Okay.
And so even if you believe Ms. Jensen, and Judge, I want to harp on this, right? The state didn't bring Ms. Jensen in here, okay? And that's an issue for them, because we believe that there are credibility issues with that statement. But it's hard to get it when you're talking about double hearsay, because Detective Johns wasn't even at the grand jury. And so that goes against the state that they didn't bring Ms. Jensen in here. If they are saying she's essentially the link to all of this, and you have hearsay. And at best...
Well, hearsay is admissible.
I don't
but it can't all be based on hearsay.
I don't disagree with you, Judge, but the problem that this court should have with that is that the connections here, and they're trying to connect several dots, that the weight the court should give to the testimony of Detective Johns should not be given significant weight, especially with respect to Ms. Jensen. Because here's the problem with Ms. Jensen, is she wasn't brought in here, and then what are probably the most incriminating testimony for Ms. Jensen is not in the grand jury, it's when they pull her over and basically arrest her and transport her to the state attorney's office, and then try and freeze her out by leaving her isolated in a room, making her think she herself is a murderer. And then she apparently makes these statements that incriminate my client, Ms. Gardner, but despite technology in 2023, no one decides to take a recorded statement for her. They don't say right after that, Your Honor, we're going to take a sworn. They don't write a report on it. And the first time that anyone on this side of the room hears about these statements is during this hearing, because he told you there's no report, it's not even in my case file. He said that.
I didn't pick that up.
He said there's no report, it's not in the file.
Okay.
The state talked to you about this trip by Mario up north. Again, the problem with that is that how in the world would Miss Gardner know exactly what the children told the CPT interviewer? The reality is she didn't. There's this idea that she can hide behind LLCs and other things. Judge, look at the beach house property that I gave you. That was bought with an LLC. That's what her parents do. They buy homes in LLCs. That is not some effort to disguise Shanna Gardner. That's how they operate. And that's how they bought that beach house in Jacksonville, Florida in March 2022, when Detective Johns told you that Shanna Gardner wasn't even considered a suspect at that time. So this idea that she can hide behind LLCs and that's a concerted effort, again, that's another fallacy. This idea that Miss Gardner came up with these other theories about the killing, the timeline's important because that's early on in the case. She doesn't know anything. And does that change after Henry Tennant is arrested, after Henry Tennant's roommate, Mr. Ordway, is told that the blue truck is involved in the murder, after Ordway tells Fernandez, after Fernandez may have had a conversation with Gardner? Yeah, her knowledge admittedly changes. Okay? We don't dispute that. At best, she relied on the professional advice of others. I mean, at worst, Your Honor. Your Honor, she's charged as a principal. The state agreed that she wasn't the actual person that killed Mr. Bridegan, but you have no evidence of any planning, plotting, participation whatsoever in what happened on Sanctuary Boulevard on February 16th of 2022. Zero evidence. There's no evidence that she acted as a principal, which is one who intentionally, right? It's not like, hey, I hate my ex. Right? That doesn't get you there. Saying I wish he was dead doesn't get you there. Saying 6 years earlier that does anyone know a hitman? That doesn't get you there. It's someone who intentionally aids, abets, counsels, hires, or procures that offense to be committed. And you don't have any evidence that she ever intentionally did any of those things. Now, Ms. Stifler spent a lot of time saying, well, this is a first-degree murder case. She's charged with capital first-degree murder. The state's seeking the death penalty. That was their decision, right? As this court knows, that is a discretionary decision to both indict her and seek the death penalty, and she is indicted as a principal. This very well could have been left at a conspiracy. That was a discretionary decision, and they act like, well, they don't tell you like, hey, we did this, and now we want, because we did this, you should do something. That's the truth. They didn't have to do that, Judge, and that is no reason for this court to consider in whether or not they have proven proof evident presumption great with regard to first degree murder. Because they haven't. Moving to the pretrial detention aspect, Your Honor, Miss Gardner has no criminal history. Her entire family resides in the United States. She has never fled. She never fled Florida to Washington. In fact, she and her family made significant effort and expended significant resources and energy to make herself available to this court prior to her arrest. You heard from Mr. Cox about the surrender, that he told the state she's willing to surrender. He told you that he had her come back here, so she was in striking distance. You have the email he sent. The state didn't take him up on that offer. That's their choice, okay? But at the end of the day, that's evidence of that she is not a flight risk. The law enforcement were out in Washington State in February of 2023 executing the search warrant for the phones. They knew exactly where she was. And she has 2 young children that desperately need their mother, and one with a very serious medical condition that all but prevents her from fleeing, because he can only live in places that are below 1,000 feet sea level, above sea level. With regard to dangerousness to the community, no evidence whatsoever. You heard from Ms. Rogers about Ms. Gardner's conduct in the community while they lived in Washington, that she was well liked, that she never observed any type of criminal behavior. Again, there's no allegation that she ever participated in the killing. She's charged as a principal. And this idea going back about burner phones and we're going to evade the wires, it's ironic, Judge, because they're talking about this on phones that they're saying are recorded, and they continue to talk about it. They're not evading anything, and the state didn't show you a single instance where they evaded any type of wire or law enforcement effort. The state goes after the word kill. Judge, again, those are old text messages, and she's upset and they're in the moment, just like she is in those other instances where she uses the word kill. So the state has not met their evidentiary burden of proof evident presumption great. They have not carried its burden to prove, and this is clear from 3.132, their burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Gardner would be a danger to the community if released. They've not proven that. And there are certainly conditions of release that can assure her presence at trial. I know that the state also mentioned the integrity of the judicial process and the family, but what did Ms. White tell you? She told you, like, hey, we were told not to discuss the case. We're not going to discuss the case. We haven't discussed the case. And she was pressed by Ms. Stifler like 10 different times. So the idea that because Shanna could have contact with her family, that would threaten the integrity of the judicial process, Judge, there's no evidence that supports that. None. In fact, you have evidence to the contrary. So going back to where we started, which is the Florida Constitution, that uses the term reasonable conditions. And that includes both monetary and non-monetary conditions. And we ask that the court not take into consideration the resources of the Gardner parents in setting that bond, because the reality is that Ms. Gardner herself is not a wealthy person. Any bond would likely be put up by the family, but the monetary amount should not be the focus. The focus should be non-monetary conditions, because this family has already demonstrated that they are going to spend money, time, and effort to make sure that their daughter is here before the court. We suggest that there are also non-monetary conditions, such as a GPS device or other things that the court could consider, restrictions on travel, things of that nature, that could assure that Ms. Gardner understands that she must remain able and willing. And I can tell you Ms. Gardner is willing to comply with whatever this court orders. And so, Your Honor, if Ms. Gardner is detained, it's got to be under the authority of the law. It has to be based on the evidence that happened in this courtroom today, and not on speculation, not on assumptions, not on unreliable hearsay. And Your Honor, we ask that you grant Ms. Gardner a bond with reasonable conditions.
All right, thank you. I'm going to take this matter under advisement.
Your Honor, can I make one more statement? It's a legal argument, it's not a factual one. Based on something the court asked defense attorneys?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify the concept of whether hearsay alone is sufficient. And under State v. Arthur it is. quoting State v. Arthur, and it says, because Arthur actually was about whether or not the indictment was enough in and of itself. Because here we have, this case has already been presented to a grand jury and they have indicted. The State v. Arthur says that the indictment is insufficient in and of itself. But the state's burden to foreclose bail as a matter of right is present when some further evidence, which viewed in the light most favorable to the state, would be legally sufficient to sustain a jury verdict of guilty. The state can probably carry this burden by presenting the evidence relied upon by the grand jury or the state attorney in charge of the crime. This evidence may be presented in the form of transcripts or affidavits, which can be totally hearsay. If after considering all the evidence, the court finds that the proof is evident and the presumption great, then, as the defense attorney correctly stated, the court has the discretion to deny bail. So I just want to clarify.
All right, thank you for that clarification. I think I'm tired. So I think, no, so it's not enough for pretrial detention. It is for Arthur. My brain is barely functioning. Y'all have worn me out today. Okay, so I'm going to take this matter under advisement. I thank everyone for your time and your patience tonight. I appreciate everyone pushing through, okay? And we have a court date on the 24th, so I will rule by order, and then we'll just come together on the 24th. We could just keep that date, okay? All right, so the next court date will be May 24th, 9 a.m., and that's for the case management hearing, but I'm going to rule by order, okay?
Is that 1 p.m. or 9 a.m.?
I'm sorry. Yes, 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court's adjourned.